Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, November the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Everybody had a good day and a half off from the market. I know I did. Now, before we get rolling, just a little mention about the trade of the week is BLNK. Again, how you trade it will be up to you if you trade it at all, but it is considered live at $39.47, so it's a little bit below that. Again, how you trade it will be up to you, but that is the trade of the week. Now, I did not take this one. I stared at it a long time. KR both on the upside and also the downside, but KRYS has just exploded. I don't know anything about the disease that they are. In fact, I can't see the headline right now. I don't know anything about this one. Dystrophic epidermolysis bullosa. I don't know anything about this. Anyway, it seems to be a rare disorder. But man, oh man, look at the pop. KRYS, it is now up 146%. At one point, it was up to 109 or so. I looked at this as I looked at it both ways, as a long. When I first saw it was right here. When I first saw it this morning, it was right here. And it doubled from there. And then I thought, man, oh man, this is going to turn into some kind of a short if you have the nerve. So anyway, this is going to be super active, KRYS. And of course, right now, the market's having a huge rebound from Friday. You know, as we all know, all we could talk about on Friday, or the market could talk about on Friday, was Omicron. And so now, of course, companies like these little guys, all they got to do is stick Omicron in their press release, saying, "Hey, we think we can do something." APDN has gapped up. There's a 200-day moving average. And again, just to briefly show you what the company announced its COVID or its response to the emergence of Omicron. Okay. And there was one other one I noticed that did the same thing. ADGI, I think they even went one step further. ADGI, another little guy, probably a low float. Actually, not super low. They're not as little as I thought. Here's what they say. You know, their antibody likely to retain activity against the Omicron variant. So that'll be the buzzword for today. Other things happening. PTPI. I don't think I saw any news on it. I don't see any news on it. Yeah, even Benzinga saying, despite no apparent news catalyst. Had a sort of an interesting day. Well, last 3 days actually. But this is gapped up now through the 200-day moving average. It is a low float, very, very low float. Now, here's one that I also was looking at shorting. YCBD. You got to read their press release. It's funny because I looked at, I thought I would maybe short this one right up here, and I watch it come down, and then it popped up again, and then it got all the way up to 255, and from there it just has collapsed. So if you didn't see the press release, this is it. So partners with Amify to prepare for CBD products in Amazon Marketplace. Seems good. But there was another release I saw. It basically said, though, on Amazon, of course, doesn't accept any CBD plays or cannabis plays at all right now. And they're saying when that happens, we're ready. And Amify is an Amazon platform partner. This is it. This is what I'm talking about. So MFI will act as exclusive CBD partner to launch products on Amazon platform as soon as category is accepted and becomes available. Who knows when that's going to happen? Oh, of course, Mick. I mean, these are just companies coming out with these little, trying to take advantage of course, of what's going on. So you put Omicron in the press release, and all of a sudden interest perks up. VIR. It's another virus play. VIR. I did read pre-market something that they, of course, the problem is, will these current vaccines do anything with Omicron if Omicron becomes a serious situation? And I again, reading in the pre-market, some saying maybe VIR can help. So I think that's the reason why VIR is up. Crypto is up, guys. Also, crypto, BITO. So crypto's having a bit of a bounce today. All right, let me just keep going down my list here. FENC has gapped down. I didn't see the response letter, but it's gapping down because they're going to get one, and I guess I didn't see it because it just says, the headline I'm saying, as company expects to receive the FDA CRL, and obviously they're not expecting good news. But there is FENC. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, crashing way down below that 200-day moving average. This, APDN. I guess I just mentioned. I went over APDN. NRXP, another virus play. NRXP is another virus play, and had an interesting day on Friday. Popped up to $8 or $9, but it faded badly. Got all the way back down to 681. However, it is back way above the high Friday, challenging this resistance level right here. BFRI, another one that is gapping up this morning. I don't think I saw any specific news. I just see surging amid social media chatter. So maybe, I don't know if the WSB guys have got a hold of it or crew has got a hold of it. Again, it had two good, well, I can't call them good with the topping tails. Again, what does it mean? I mean, at one point on, that would be Wednesday, got up to 740, but it closed down here at 524. On Friday, got up to 965, closed down here at 790. So again, 10 would be the big level to take out. It's an all-time high. Moderna, mRNA. A nice gap up, of course, one of the major virus plays. Big gap up for it. More importantly, take a look at it on the weekly chart. 3 weeks ago, the high was around 3. Oh man, it's above that. I'm sorry. So it's taken all this out, guys. So the next level on that weekly chart, again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it's 434. So there's still room for Moderna to move. Okay, guys, take it off topic, please, okay? Regarding opinions about Omicron, just take it off topic. I guess, listen, I bought a little mouse at Best Buy on Friday, a Logitech mouse. I guess that didn't help. LOGI, look at LOGI getting just hammered here. I don't see any specific reason. They have earnings on the 20th. Yeah, I don't see any reason for it. ISPC, that was a high flyer last week. ISPC is down on a financing. So I didn't see the price. I didn't see actually a price. It just says raised $21 million in private placement. I'm not sure I saw a price though. Hellbiz, HLBZ. I didn't know there were that many NCAA football fans in Italy. But anyway, this is this Italian streamer, I guess, and they've inked a contract with ESPN to stream NCAA college football games live in Italy. Oh, don't ask me, Jason. The market is the market. CEMI. CEMI is another virus plays, I think. Wait a minute. Maybe not. Just a second. Yeah, it's a virus play. CEMI. 1250. Thanks, Mr. Two. I couldn't say a price. Hard for me to know, Pavel. You're asking me, you're a returning user. Save layouts. Depends on what you have in your layouts. If you have the current volume, relative volume filter in your layout, then nothing will happen. Okay, you'll get no pre-market data. The other thing to check is, do you have a green ball? You know, if you look at the toolbar, and do you have a green ball, or is it red, or is it orange, or any color other than green means you're not connected correctly, number one. All right, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analyst. Don't expect too many. Actually, more than I would have thought. Okay, so I am going to get the upgrades in now. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. And actually, interesting, ADGI, which is again in the news, virus play, actually has an upgrade from Morgan Stanley. Sorry about that, I didn't put it as a list. Oh well. Merck getting a downgrade from Citigroup. All right, there we have some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning from briefing.com this morning. Okay, Twitter. Twitter is, wow, look at this, big gap up for Twitter here. TWTR, big gap up. Yeah, let me know if you're not getting data in once the market opens, Pavel. It's hard for me to know. Without seeing your scans. Okay, let me know if you get data here. Okay, let me just pop a scan in for you. All right, or if you go to my home page, I'm going to give you my home page link. Okay, when you click on the link, and this is what you'll see. Go to my scan section and click on the pre-market actives up, okay? If you're not getting any data there, then you're going to have to go to our tech supports. Maybe, yeah, I really don't know. It's possible you didn't fill out the exchange agreements. So you could have a green ball. It means you're connected. But if the exchange agreements weren't filled out correctly, that's a possibility. But it's hard for me to know. But if you load my pre-market actives up and you're not getting any data, then there's definitely something going on with your account. I'll send you to our home page and somebody will take a look, okay? Twitter. My goodness, Twitter. All right, guys, let's take a quick look. 9:21. Let's take a quick look to see what I'm sure that most of the ETFs, the major ETFs, are up. I'm going to take a look at the sector analysis. I'm sure most of them are going to be all up with that pop. So there's energy. 100% are up from the close on Friday. Okay, that's what that means. Technology, 90% are up. Financials, 89% of them up, etc., etc. So there's really not a weak sector. I mean, you can call the weakest sectors materials, only 78%, or actually real estate materials, 76 and 78% are up. Okay, but we're in for obviously a robust open. Wow, it's even getting better. I'm just looking at what the SPY is doing. Very different from Friday when not virtually, every one of these major sectors were down down from the previous day's close. Now, guys, help me out. What was that IPO last week? I believe it may have started with the letter P. I cannot remember. The one that went up to had about 2.5 million, 3 million in the float. Maybe a $9 or $10 went up to almost $100. Which one was that again? I don't know why I can't remember it. Okay, guys, was it AERC? You are right, AERC. Take a look at SOPA, guys. Why am I? Look at SOPA. Remember SOPA? They was a very, very, very similar. Not quite the same. Didn't get to 100, but it's the same sort of deal. Low, not many shares. Very low IPO price. Went crazy for no real reason. AERC, if I had any guts, I'd be shorting, I'd be trying to hold this as a short. Okay, guys, listen, I'm going to start deleting posts, okay? Not because of, just take all this off topic, okay? All of this off topic, the conversation about Omicron, etc. Take that off topic, please, okay? I'm just going to start deleting posts. Don't take offense. So then again, the next post I see here that is nothing to do with a specific stock, I'm just going to delete it. Aha, so maybe that's the reason. He's stepping down from Twitter. This is one, guys, this is what I would do. We only have one IPO that I can see this week. It's NVCT. Why am I interested in NVCT? They're only issuing, and of course it's not open, so all you do, just put a price alert. So get NVCT, get it into a chart, create a price alert, okay, put it like 1, and you'll notice what I did. Let me just bring up my price alerts. So this is what I did, okay? So they're issuing 2.3 million shares between 12 to 14, and this Think Equity is behind a lot of these crazy ones, okay? So when this opens on Wednesday, I'm going to know about it, and then we should watch it because it could do something really crazy, okay? So that's NVCT. All you do, just put a price alert, say $1. Obviously, it's going to, when it opens, it's going to be above $1. And that'll happen on Wednesday. It's supposed to happen on Wednesday anyway. All right, guys, there's that YCBD. That would have been an awesome short percentage-wise. That was that KRYS holding up. Yeah, it is starting to drift down. I don't, I mean, that again would have been an awesome short, when it broke down below 100. I did not do anything in the pre-market. I did notice just before I opened the room, XPEV on the move. I think they had earnings last week. XPEV on the move. Of course, China EV player, major one. I can short. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. At least I could. Let's see. Yeah, oh yeah, 500,000 shares. I did see LI. I thought they were... No, you're right. Thank you. I did see LI also. It is an earnings play. Of course, XPEV, LI, and NIO, all kind of linked. Ooh, look at BFRI, just tanking now, guys. BFRI is just tanking. It's like, yeah, you know what? Well, okay, listen. At least they announced it before the market opened. Okay, they're doing a $15 million private placement. So I cannot label them as scummy. We've seen this before when companies do it while the market's open. But at least they did it before the market opened. Okay, give me a moment, please, guys. Okay, William. Yeah, 1 minute to the open. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody, as we're now back to a normal 5 days. Okay, I'm just going to shut down my other... Get ready for this open. Notice you said you were shorting that LGVN. It's still active? My goodness, it just will not want to go away. LGVN? And again, we're in for a big open. And there we go, guys. We're now open. So typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Kind of try to let things settle down. And yes, I know I'll miss the runners at the beginning, but I am prepared for that. Okay, ATXI, let's see, what are you doing? ATXI had a gap up, pre-market 175, all the way back down to 1. And we now have our first halt of the week, STRN. STRN just got halted, volatility halt. This could be really interesting. Look at that float, 6.5 million in the float. I don't see any news on it right now. The next high looking left is 429 on the daily chart. So this has some room. Oh my goodness. Nah, I doubt that's going to hold. I'm looking at 660, 660. That's not going to hold. That can't hold. Yeah, I didn't mention the cruisers. I mean, all the cruisers are up. CCL, NCLH, RCL, they're all up. I'd be looking to short these at some point, but they're all up. Wow, look at AGGI. Wow. I mean, look at this. Look at this pop here, guys. That went from 30 to 40. I mentioned this had a Morgan Stanley upgrade. So you look left. I mean, obviously now it's a high this month, and it's taken out last month's high, no problem. And there's the all-time high, right around $60 for ADGI. It's a recent IPO. Yeah, so, you know, here we go. I mean, somebody said, why is Moderna up? Here's a headline: Moderna, Pfizer, and Adagio likely to benefit from Omicron variant from Morgan Stanley. So, and we're not here to question, you know, anything other than why is the stock moving? That's why the stock is moving. Okay? And of course, shouldn't say of course, it got halted. AGGI got halted. I'm just looking to see what advertising agency. So this has got nothing to do with, it's not a virus play at all, STRN. But for some reason, there's a lot of interest right off the bat. And by the way, guys, our Black Friday code is still active, okay? So there is still time to take advantage of getting 25% off the first month only or the entire year. I'm just going to pop the code in. Just go to my homepage and you'll see how to take out a subscription. Again, my advice, if you don't know the program, start off with, say, a standard monthly. You'll get the 25% off that first month only. But if within 30 days you decide, you know, I love the program, want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so, and we will honor the 25% promo, okay? All right, so what is the market doing really? So obviously we opened very strong. Dow's up, tech's up, of course, SPY's up. No disconnect whatsoever. Taking a look at that first 15-minute candle. It's narrow body, it's red, but it's nothing out of the ordinary yet. No big pop, no big drop. AT&F, guys, AT&F. And again, I'm trying to see if there's any specific news. I don't know if there's any specific news on AT&F. I don't know if it's a virus play or not. All right, the unhalting of STRN. All right, wow, look at this guy. So 373 sip. I mean, this has still got some room. Daily chart, 429. Just trying to see if there's any news on it. I don't see any news today. This is shortable for me. This just got pounded down a little bit. Yeah, I'd be careful on the KRYS. It's a very low float, guys. $100 stock with 16 million. I mean, that's why it can be extremely whippy. Yeah, I wish this had been shortable. I just don't. I mean, look, the news looks good. When you just see the headline, it looks awesome. Signs a deal with ESPN to stream NCAA college football games. You got to dive into a little bit more in Italy. Okay. I guess this is an Italian. I don't know if it's exclusively an Italian streaming service, but every time I see any news about this HLBZ, it's always about Italy. So all right, guys, I'm just APT, which of course was a big virus play on Friday. Protective clothing, etc. Yeah, we saw the news on it. I don't know that particular disease at all. There's the PTPI, guys. PTPI on the move here. Well, look at this one, PTPI. Again, I don't think I saw any news on it. Not specific to it. Other than the fact, look at that float. So it's up 100%. Why? 3.3 million in the float. So it's had a super active last 3 trading days through the 200-day moving average now. Just don't see the the volume is just, extraordinary. 29 million have traded already. Only 3.3 million in the float. So it has traded the float almost 9 times. Is that what it is, Grumpy? Or are they linked? No, they can't be linked. I did see HIMS this morning also. Saw that it had gapped up a bit, but we see this a lot with this. Yeah, it's exactly, look at this. I saw it when it gapped up. I said, nah, not interested. I think if it takes out 90 for you, I think you're gold on that KRYS. Just looking at that daily chart or 15-minute chart. So 2-year high for CLMT, and not a lot of volume. I mean, you can see this doesn't trade very much, 124,000 shares, but represents 23 times normal. So this does not trade very much, but it's had a great 2 months. I mean, it $8 last month, that was the low, so it's doubled, basically in a couple of months. Virus play, VIRX, popped up in the pre-market up to 622. Fairly low float, 28 million in the float. Look at this AERC, guys. I hate making predictions, but anybody think that this is going to hold these levels? Say, if I had any guts, I'd just short this one and hold it. Not many shorts available right now at Interactive Brokers. ADGI just opened, yes, and wow. So, I mean, and it just halted. Just halted again. ADGI just halted again. So, big virus play, and Morgan Stanley put an upgrade on them this morning. I don't know if they actually had a target. All I saw was that Morgan Stanley upgraded them, but I didn't see a target. Guys, don't. LGVN is still alive. All right, I actually tried to take a little short on the AERC, but that spread is $4 right now, so I'm just going to have to leave it alone to my chagrin. No, now it's tightened up, but it's going to be amazingly spready. Okay, and there's, YCBD. Actually, that was probably as good a short as any because of the percentage move down from the highs, YCBD. I mean, is it going to surprise anybody if it goes negative? All right, there's our first AI alert on this week. BERY. If you're in it, I would just be aware the next high is not that far away. All right, guys, ADGI, let's see what the projected open is going to be. I can't really, yeah, this is hard to tell, really. I mean, it says 46.22.52, so hard to know. Newegg, let's take a look at Newegg Commerce, okay. Yeah, look at these bottoming tails, topping tails. Pretty dicey right now to try to pick a direction. NEGG. All right, I think ADGI just opened. Let's see what it opened at. All right, so that, not a good open. Well, I guess it spiked briefly to 48, but dropped $4 just like that. Yeah, I mean, I just have to steer clear of this one. I mean, I'm looking at, there are shorts available, but man. All right, what is the market doing? So we're a little bit of a fade, in the market. We got a couple of red candles to start off the day. There's that opening 15-minute SPY candle, and another one following. And wow, this popped right back up, guys, right back up. Whew. Well, if you had the, again, the fortitude to take this one down to 43, look at this, pop right back up to 50. ADGI. Okay, QLGN. I know this was active last week. No news today. I can't remember exactly why this popped up here and then the following day through the 200-day moving average. Right at that 200-day moving average, 194 for QLGN. It's sitting right at it. Now, let's see if it takes it out. If it does, I mean, 3 days ago, it did get up to 320. It's, relatively low float, 25 million. And we're talking about QLGN. Stick an alert, say around 207. See if it takes out 2 first. Morning, Hydra. Well, this looks like it's going to be a pretty decent open, around $52 for ADGI. This is what I'm seeing right here. So there's the halt at 50.48. There's the projected, this can change of course. Halted at 9:48 plus 11 seconds, so 9:53 and 11 seconds, that's when it could open if it is a 5-minute halt. The last two have been 5 minutes, so we'll see if that is the same for this halt. All right, guys, keep an eye on the KRYS. Oh, well, I just got an alert on it. See if it holds underneath 88, it just continues to cascade downwards. And Twitter was halted, is now halted because of news, but I guess it's not official. You know, the report of CEO Jack Dorsey stepping down. I guess it's not official. All right, there's the QLGN, guys, over that 2 level. I'm continuing to watch this KRYS if it really wants to give up 90. So far, just got to be careful on something like that, though. All right, ADGI just opened, still over 50. Yeah, I mean, Twitter's halted, and again, because of news, and I'm sure what has to happen is it has to be very official. I mean, I'm sure that's probably all right about Dorsey leaving, but thoughts on NRXP? Been asked in our YouTube room, NRXP. Well, I know it gapped up on virus news. Yeah, well, look, I mean, if somehow, I mean, it's almost an all-time low, you know, still. I mean, it's only 7% above the all-time low. And that's because, of course, it got up to 27 at one point, or even higher. I guess this was a SPAC. I mean, it's going to struggle. Look where it got up to. It got up to what, 1039? I was saying this area right there, big resistance area. It's kind of where it happened. But you know, it hasn't collapsed utterly. 21 million in the float, so it's not super high, not super low. But other than that, I have no thoughts. I mean, it's a virus play. Actually, I am wrong. It is not a virus. Yeah, it is a virus play. Sorry, it is a virus play. Okay, so there's your news on it. Now, whether you think that's going to sustain it, you know, I don't have any special insight. All right, guys, what is the market doing? So again, the market is not really doing too much right now. I mean, it's still holding the gap pretty well. Is there a scanner for news? Well, we have, not so much a scanner, we have a news tab right there, okay? I mean, if you want to call that a scanner, but we don't, you know, when you click on an alert, if you have the single stock window up and running, we do have a news tab, so you can see, not necessarily is it the latest breaking news, but there is a news tab. Yeah, so far your ADGI short looking good, Zach. I'm still kind of eyeing the KRYS for a big collapse under 90. All right, so things have slowed down quite a bit now. I'm not getting not getting too many new alerts. Okay, ORMP, it's actually fading now. ORMP, starting to fade a little bit here. This is from my watch list. Nothing from the option scanner yet. Well, keep an eye on BYSI, guys. Beyond Spring is now below the low of Friday and on the way down here. The next low looking left is about, looks like it's around 12. So this still has some room to move down if it wants to. BYSI. Okay, one moment, please. It's a nice break here for BYSI off that 14. Let's see if it maintains. Again, it's got some room still down here, $12, BYSI. Boy, remember Cars on Friday? Cars is, look at this, had a fantastic day on Friday. It closed near the high. Whereas now it's above Friday's high. And look at the room. This is what really was attractive about it on Friday. Look at the room. Look left on the monthly chart. 1921 is the next high looking left. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but there's your next area of resistance for Cars, C-A-R-S. OCUP, that was active last week. OCUP. Yeah, so on Wednesday, this was Wednesday's action, got up to the 200-day, 537, but sold way off. Friday didn't do too much. Well, let's see if it can take out Friday's high. I guess that would be interesting if it did. Then you still have 533 as the 200-day moving average. All right, well, I was looking to short that BYSI, but it has actually popped up pretty nicely. So I'm going to keep an eye on it for later, but it has actually popped up a little bit. I don't want to speak for Zach necessarily, but I mean, I really think this KRYS has to give up 90 in a big way. 90 in a big way. All right, well, maybe BYSI, that was a nice little topping tail there. It gives this up here. I mean, it's got room underneath. That's the attractive thing. It is down below the 200-day moving average for BYSI. All right, guys, well, things have slowed down a lot for me right now. In terms of any new alerts, I'm not getting any. I know some of you are following DWAC. DWAC, it's been, I find it a very difficult intraday trader, but it is on the way down now. Oh, guys, BYSI right back down now. Bit of a spready one, but let's see if it really starts to sell off. BYSI. Bitcoin is starting to sell, or BITO. I'm sure the coin is starting to sell off a little bit. So there's BITO. Little bit, just a little bit of a move down here. It's still up 5%. All right, guys. Again, I'm not getting any new alerts. DFFN. That was a... Yeah. Are you kidding me? $2? This is a miserable one. Look at the float, guys. 101 million in the float for a sub $1 stock. All right, guys. I mean, listen, this is you got to be really careful. I wouldn't take too many, but KRYS now is underneath 90. I'm not saying to take it. I'm just saying it is under 90 now. I mean, if it really starts to give it up, 88.67 now. KRYS. I mean, this could have the big, big collapse. All right, well, I'm in this BYSI short. I want to see if it can get close to 13. Like the fact that it popped up, it came right back down, BYSI. See if it takes out 13. I should probably pay a little more attention to the Bollinger Bands, but I have them on my charts. All right, guys, there is the KRYS. There is it. Oh boy, I mean, if this gives this area up, look out below. But there's certainly those in the room that pay a lot more attention to the Bollinger Bands than I do. I'm aware of them. I mean, I have them on my charts, but I can't say that I'm I fixated on them or anything. All right, guys, we now have an option play, cars. Cars, CARS. Just popped in, first one of the week. Now again, when I say option play, I'm not talking about trading the options. I'm just talking about my moving higher with unusually strong options. Scan. You know, wow, look at this one is absolutely popping off that financing. Somebody said it was about 1250. ISPC, look at this. Look at ISPC. So it has actually gone positive and it just got halted, just got halted. So it was down quite a bit when it was down to 1361. It's popped $4 and it just got halted. And this, of course, this was really active last week. Got all the way up to what, 20, 24, 25. Super low float. Let's take a look to see where it might open. ISPC might open. No clue yet. There it is. Halt at 1766. So there's no big clue where it may open. This is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales. Now, it's a news halt, so it's not a volatility halt for Twitter. Okay, so there's a big difference. Okay, XL must be on the way down. XL from my watch list. This is an all-time low, guys. XL, all-time low, right at it. There's the KRYS, guys. Boy, this is KRYS. Well, let's see. If this is going to be a 5-minute halt for the ISPC, the halt should come out at 4 seconds after 10:15. So less than a minute from now, if this is a 5-minute halt. A bit of a spread with the KRYS, but that's, to be, with an $84 stock, you're not going to get a penny spread, but all right, guys, cars on the move. 1675 was the alert. So the KRYS, it definitely popped right off 85. So And we're now open, ISPC open. Wow, 1825 at least. Look at this, 1870. So that got halted at 1766. So it is $1 above the halt price. So the market is certainly shrugging off, shrugging off the financing. They don't really care. So the high on Friday was way up here, almost $25. Rippage, severe rippage. Where's Becca? I think Becca's not here today. Oh, you're here. Okay. That is the major rumor, Eli, for Twitter. That's the major rumor. Probably, and so there, it's halted because of news. It seems like it's, the rumor probably is true, but you know what? Until Twitter themselves actually makes the announcement, it's still just a rumor, though it seems pretty solid. Cars, guys, takes out 17. Look out. This is, again, my alert 1675 from my option scanner. This is what I'm talking about. Only one so far, right there, 1675. Super strong on Friday. Continuation so far. All right, guys, it is almost 10:20, so I'm going to try to keep my spiel maybe not quite as long, but I do have to, just give me a moment here, the promo code. So this promo code, I'm pretty sure it'll expire tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? So you can still get 25% off. And I'll go over what it looks like. All right, so when you click on my homepage link right there, and of course my tab is always available here, that link is always available right there. So when you click on the link, this is what you'll see. So you want, you want to take out a subscription. You click on Get Trade Ideas. There is the promo code, BLACK25, 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. So the annual would be $22.68 a year, the premium version. $22.68 a year minus the 25%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 25%. I think that works out to approximately $4 or $2 a day. All right. However, you don't have to take on an annual. In fact, my recommendation, because most people take out the annual because they don't want to miss out on the big discount. But what you can do, you can always start off with a standard or a premium on the monthly. You'll get the 25% discount for the first month. But if within 30 days you do want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 25%. Now, if you maintain a monthly subscription going forward, which is absolutely fine, this is what you'll pay, $118 and $228. Now, the big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'll take a look at in a bit. But that is the pricing. Now, on my homepage, lots of free stuff. So you'll get the trade of the week. That is free. Sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon. And then all the education that we have, most of it geared, of course, specifically to trade ideas. We now have a very comprehensive user guide. If you're new to trade ideas, I would really recommend you take a look at the 20 introductory lesson. It goes over what are top lists, alert windows, how to create them, etc. All the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, Brokerage Plus. Okay, so I would take a look at this. Daily support session. So today is Monday. I'm anticipating that it'll be Sean. I take a break at around noon. Sean will take over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And before I do take my break, I'll pop the link in. Daily webinars. We should be, whoops, what's that? What's happening there? Yeah, it's a cat. Okay. Anyway, the daily webinars, we're back to a normal schedule this week. So I think this week we are on Tuesday, Thursday. We're on a Tuesday, Thursday rotation. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday. But you can sign up for them all here. And then this is what I mean. Back to basics. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. But this is a great introduction to trading. All right. If you are brand new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so I would really recommend you take a look at this if you're new to trading. And also on my homepage, my scans, all the scans that I'm sharing. So I have a sample layout that you can take a look at, plus individual scans that I'm sharing. Including, again, this is my favorite one, the moving higher with unusually strong options. And I really like taking a look at the daily breakouts and 10-day daily breakdowns. All right, so all individual scans are here. You'll hear me talk about the halts resumes. There it is. This is what I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, shared, and the pre-market actives up and down. These are the four scans that I use for the pre-market. And of course, you have to be a subscriber to have access to them. So these two sections, a lot of information. Save my link, then you can look at these anytime you want. Wow, look at ISPC. That is just shake. Again, somebody I think mentioned they thought it was a 1250 financing. I mean, that is just, that's saying, who cares? They're raising the money, so they're saying, okay, you're raising the money for all the right reasons, obviously. I mean, look, the only reason this is happening, of course, again, is because of that float. 13.2 or 3.2 million in the float. So what is Trade Ideas? Trade Ideas, we are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. If you want to build your own scans, this is how you always start. This is just a sample scan I've got, the 10-day daily breakout. So if I click on configure, so if you're going to create your own scans, you always start off with filters. So in this particular case, this scan is looking for stocks between $2 and $35. Current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day. 500,000 shares, etc. The actual filters that I'm using. There's the KRYS guys now. Back down below 85. So you always start off with filters, and if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing these stocks here. And again, this is the 10-day daily breakdown, and it's just sort of the flip of this. So again, this is why we're seeing this stock right there. It satisfied all the requirements that are in the 10-day daily breakdown, and that's why you get the real-time alert. Now, if you do want to create your own scans, and I always say it like that because, we do have a lot of scans. I have my scans that I'm sharing, and I'll go over their toolbar. We have a lot of scans there also. But again, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. Look at ISPS. Holy smokes. So what we've done is, instead of you're having to learn a programming language, you right click on an alert window and click on configure. Oops, click on search. Then these are all the alerts that we have. Lots and lots of different alerts. And when it comes to these icons, these are the filter icons. Now again, you do not have to learn them all. I think people get the wrong idea when they look at trade ideas at the beginning and see all the alerts and filters that we have. They say, man, that's way too complicated. I can't learn them all. Well, you don't have to. Why we have so many is because we have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So what we've tried to do is create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the scan they're looking for if they're trying to create their own scan. Okay? Now again, if you don't want to create your own scans, especially at the beginning when you're new to trade ideas, you can take a look at my scans. Also, if you click on our toolbar, click on new and then dock channel bar. These are all themed channels. Every one of them, if it's a different theme. So for instance, I'll click on the momentum channel. It's always a popular one. So this is an alert window. And what it's looking for, again, right click, configure, summary, and you'll see what it's looking for. If you like what it's looking for right now, you could always save this to the cloud, and I'll explain why I'm saying that. But if you looked at this and said, you know what, I like the concept, but I'd rather have a different price range. So, for instance, I could go minimum of 10, maximum of $100. I click on the summary, see how it's changed. Maybe I want a different, minimum volume, things like that. You can make a change. You can make changes. You can make changes to mine. But if you liked it the way it is, I'm going to say, okay. If you like it the way it is, then you can save this to the cloud. And again, I'll explain why I'm saying that. Now, another word about it. Notice I have made a change here. Okay, it says 10 and 100. Now, if I leave this channel and then I come back, that change is not saved. The reason it's not saved is because the channels are for everybody. The fact that you want to make a change to maybe a price range or a minimum volume, that's not necessarily what everybody else wants. So that's why we're saying you can make a change if you want, save it to the cloud. Now you can go to another scan or another channel, stock surging. Click on this, the action is heating up. Maybe you like this one. Again, you can right click, configure, summary, see what it's looking for. If you like I always say that it's a stupid price range, 1 in 1,000. But again, if you didn't mind that, you just save it to the cloud. When you save the individual scans from the different channels to the cloud, then what happens is, if you file load from cloud, if you save them to the cloud, they'll all be up here. You just highlight it, load, highlight the next one, load. And then you can create your own layout without really having to know how to create a scan in the first place. So we try to make it very, very easy for you to start out. Okay? All right, so somebody was crying about being in this BFRI, got trapped in the financing. Well, it's coming back and it's halted, or was halted. It did resume. All right, guys, I should mention this now. I took a small loss on the cars. I actually got into the cars. Looked good. I was waiting for it to hopefully break out to through 17. Didn't do it, so I took a small loss on the cars. That came from my option scanner. Looking to maybe get back in it later on if it still has a run in it. It doesn't look great right now, but all right. Now a word about our AI. If you have our premium service, then you have access to our AI channel. If you click on new, then all I would do is this: take a look at AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Make it really easy on yourself. Okay, when you click on that, this is what you'll see. Okay, you'll see this window. Never mind these two. I've just attached some earnings filters or scans to them. But this is what you'll see. You basically just wait for the alerts to happen. There is actually nothing for you to do. You know, you can't, you have an entry price. You don't have to get in right at the price. You have a stop. And how you trade them will be up to you. All right? There's nothing for you to do. When I say that, there's no filters that you have to add or anything like that. Nothing happens in this window until at least 9:35. You notice the first alert was at 9:41. What I would do, again, if you have the premium service, just save this window as part of your layout. And tomorrow, when you load trade ideas before the market opens, this will be blank and just wait for the alerts to happen. Again, how you trade them will be up to you. Just one moment, please. Decal no, you don't have to change filters or anything like that in any scan. No, you don't need our premium service. Standard service is fine. You can create your own scans with, with our standard service. So consequently, No. My scans are they're just scans, okay? I mean, when you have them and you have them up and running on your screen and you want to make a change, you just right click, configure. You see, click on the summary. You'll see what I'm using. If you wanted to, if you want to modify it, you just click on the filter, make a modification if that's what you want to do. Well, what a run. Just when you think, this impossible for this to happen, they do a financing way down here. And again, somebody mentioned 1250 as the financing price. And it basically doubled from there. Why? The float. 3.2 million in the float. Very, very, very low float. All right, guys, now a little word about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. First of all, if you only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, yeah, the YCBD is on the run. I'm just being tugged here. It's on the run. I think the press release that they had, I mean, you can read it. When and if they're able to do this on Amazon, that's the key. Anyway, it is popping a bit. Yeah, we can call it the low float sector. Really, low floats have been just alive for the last, about a month, 3 weeks to a month. So anyway, I'm sorry. This window is called Brokerage Plus. I'm going to put in the link here. All right, so I just put this Brokerage Plus link. So there are two videos in this link. The first video, the short video, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window called Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? And it shows you how. You'll notice here, there's the Brokerage Plus is right there, and underneath you have two options, live and simulation. So again, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade, okay? If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this feature. That's all it means. We're a scanner. You can use Trade Ideas with any broker you want. Okay, but this is an option, a feature that we happen to have. If you have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use this. But again, I'm just trying to hammer the point home that this is an option. It's a feature that we have. But again, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. Now, the second video in that link is a lot longer. It's about 26 minutes, and it goes into way more detail about how you can use this. All right, and also how I demonstrate it is using it as in a paper trading or simulation mode. If you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading first. Well, our simulator uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay? I cannot emphasize more to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy. Okay? So just practice trading first. It's very simple to do. When I click on an alert, ISPC as an example, the symbol shows up. How I like to demonstrate it though, first, let's just say you did want to take ISPC, but you're thinking, you know what, I'll take it if it pulls back down to 21. So you pick how many shares you want to do that at. I'm going to type 21 in both of the price and the stop box. I'm going to click buy. And a blue. All right, BYSI doing what I wanted it to do. Where was I? What stock was I looking at? The IPSI, sorry, or the ISPC. So you should see there's a blue line, okay? So there's a blue line now on the chart. So if ISPC goes down to $21, it'll take the trade. That's how you can practice pullback trades. A lot of people like to do that. And of course, you can take a trade. I'm going to demonstrate how you can take a trade right away. Let's just say you wanted to take this YCVD. Okay, I'm going to take 500 shares. Again, I'm just demonstrating how you do it. I'm going to buy right at the market, and you're going to see it'll show up here. Probably about 198 or so. Or 194. Okay, see it dropped down. Okay, so now, when you get into trading, not every trade's going to work. In fact, a lot of them won't work, all right, which is okay as long as you have a manageable loss for every trade. A manageable loss meaning, the way I trade, notice on the chart right there, on the 15, you can see it, well, you see the line everywhere. It's clear right here. If YCBD goes down to 174, I'll be taken out for approximately a $100 loss. How did that happen? Well, again, first of all, how I trade, I always, always, always have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade if I don't feel it's working for me. Okay, a stop. I usually size it up on the chart where I think there's some resistance or some support. Sorry, if it breaks down to that support level, I want to be out of the trade. Others may look at the low of the previous 5-minute candle, or the low of the previous 15-minute candle, or a moving average. How you do it will be up to you, and that's why you have to practice. Another thing I should mention is I'm always looking for reasons not to take a trade. You know, when I get an alert, I run through a very quick checklist, and if I can't check everything, then I don't take the trade. Now, admittedly, most of the things that that need to be checked for me are already in my scans. What do I mean by that? Well, I know that in my scans, it's in the price range I want because I create it that way. It's going to have the minimum volume that I want, etc. Okay, so a lot of the things that I would normally have to check are already in my scan. Afterwards, I'm checking to see what, because I'm a momentum trader, what sort of room does it have? If it wants to keep running, where could it stall on the higher time frames? Again, this is where the practice comes in. So assuming I'm able to check everything, I take the trade. But guess what? Even the best looking setups don't work all the time. And so that's why I always have a stop where I'm going to get out of the trade because it's not working for me. So that's number one. Number two, okay, how much am I going to risk on the trade, dollar-wise? So in the simulator, I'm always risking $100. I keep it always at around $100 every time I'm demonstrating in the simulator. Okay? How much you're going to risk will be up to will depend on your account size. If you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So again, in the simulator, I'm risking $100 on the trade. That's why, in this particular case, I took 500 shares. Why? Because if I get stopped out with 500 shares, and I get stopped out at that 174, I will lose that $100 manageable risk. How do you come up with the 500? Well, $1.94 was my entry, 174 was my stop. That happens to be 20 cents away. I wanted to make the math easy. If I divide 20 cents into $100 that I'm willing to risk, I get 500 shares. Okay? Not necessarily, Brett. I mean, we've got a lot of. First of all, the first thing I would do is take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. Okay. Somebody was saying, I just signed up today. Looks like, I mean, there's always a learning curve with any new software, of course. All right, but as I said before, you don't have to learn every single alert, every single filter. I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons to start, just so you know what a top list is, what an alert window is. But I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you go to our toolbar and click on new and dock channel bar, you will see a lot of scans, a lot of channels that we have there, and they all have scans in them. So you don't have to learn even how to create your own scans at the beginning. But there always is a learning curve, of course, when you try to learn a new program. But I can't emphasize enough. Use our simulated trader paper trading module. Only available again if you're using our downloadable application to practice trading first before you commit money to the market. Cannot emphasize it more. And understand, Trade Ideas is a scanner, okay? This doesn't teach you how to trade so much, but the idea then is that when you create your scans, hopefully you're getting alerts. First of all, obviously in the price range you want, the minimum volume, etc. How you trade them has to be up to you, okay? I mean, just because I get an alert doesn't mean I trade it immediately. I'm always checking the charts to see if it looks good to me, and that's where trading experience is going to come in. All right, so now this is now, so he's going to remain on the board. Okay, so that is it. Okay, so he's going to remain on board. I believe the company is ready to move on from its founders, meaning me. For that ISPC, guys, I don't think it's going to pull back to 20. Again, I just showed you how you can do something like that. And just got halted again. And this is now, I mean, this is at the 2772. This is almost at the high. I'm sorry, we're already at the high of, above the high of last week. So, new territory here, guys. New territory, all-time high for ISPC. Yeah, it had the offering and yeah, I mean, the offering was way down here, BFRI, and I'll give them credit. You know, they announced it before the market opened, as opposed to when the market opened, or during market hours, so I'll give them a little bit of credit there. And again, this room is like this. This room is like this Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. We got a lot of support here. Again, in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over. And today it'll be Sean. So if you're an option player, more of an option player, you can always head over there. Sean is an option player. We don't scan for options as such, but we do have some pretty powerful option filters. But if you're more of an option player, you can head over there. Yeah, I mean, you can ask Sean general questions about trade ideas, of course, but again, he is more of an options player. So before I do take my break, which is in a little over an hour from now, I'll pop that into the room so you can head over there, the link. Well, that was nasty. I got out of the BYSI basically flat. I got a little too greedy on it, guys. I don't usually do that. Yeah, I had a nice little percentage gain on this one. And it took out 13, got all the way down to 1288, and then it did. So I basically got out flat. Again, I don't normally do that. I was kind of in my spiel and a little excited when it took out 13. I thought it would could, you know, maybe challenge that 12 level. So, oh well. Meanwhile, ISPC halted again, of course, and no big clue yet. 2713, 2713. So no big clue where it's going to open yet. Yeah, new people in the room, though. You know, there's always. I mean, this is what we use it for. Marketing. You know, we do use. Obviously, the room is for marketing purposes, also. That's why it's free. That's okay. I mean, I'm not. It just. I'm a little surprised at the move it made. That's all. I know you'd love. I mean, I understand the old people that are in the room. Probably put me on mute while I do my little 20 minutes of spiel, but it's got to be done, guys. You want a free room? Well, this is. You have to put up. with me for about 20 minutes, just talking a little bit in general about trade ideas. All right, this one got halted. Biopath, BPTH, got halted. And probably a lot of resistance right around that 5 level. It just got halted. I don't see any specific reason for it. Okay, give me a moment, please. Okay, ISPC just opened. This is not shortable for me, so I can't even think about shorting this one. Now, you know what? With this KRYS, I do not believe it's going to stay here for the rest of the day. So, obviously, one of two things could happen. It could start to move higher. So I'm going to stick an alert around, maybe around 92. And of course, it could start to move lower. I'm going to stick an alert around 83. And, see if it breaks out of this area one way or the other. Well, I mentioned this one in the pre-market. This is an all-time low for FENC. I mean, it may not be too dynamic, but let's see if I can see the news on it. Yeah, they're awaiting. Yeah, they're waiting for an FDA CRL, and I guess they're anticipating that they're going to get a rejection. Now, guys, I'm not a huge proponent of this news. The YCBD. I mean, it had the news. It's not a crazy low float, but I guess if it takes out 2, you could have a bit of a run in it. YCBD. I know it showed up on my option scanner at 188. Nothing really shaking from the AI today as I'm looking. Just 3 alerts so far. All right, BPTH just resumed. Let's see what it did. Okay, so it did get up to 5, but I think there's just a ton of resistance right where it stalled at. I don't see any news on it. I mean, this could rip though. I mean, 6.9 million. I mean, if it takes this out, look out. 1 month it got up to $24. Not saying it's going to happen again, but let's take a look here. Next high looking left on the monthly is 862, I think, in that area. See if it holds 5 and starts to rip from there. I mean, it's the float, guys. All about the float. 6.9 million in the float. So I'm going to stick an alert up around that 517 mark and see if it takes it out again. And as long as the volume maintains, Sama must be less than 20,000 shares, right? Because it's not showing up on my halts resumes. All right, I'm just watching this VPTH to see if it takes out 5 again. Big area right here. Big area for it to get through. Yeah, I see Twitter is open, 4868 or so, 47. So it really actually dropped a lot. All right, guys, keep an eye on cars, okay? Had the big, say I took a little loss on this one. But it's trying to come back here. I mean, I'm not a great pullback player, but that looks pretty decent holding this area right here. Maybe set the challenge at 17 again. All right, so far this VPTH doesn't look like it wants to take this area out, but you never know what might happen later on. So, you know, my advice would be maybe put an alert around that 516 mark right up here, and see if later on it just pops through it. Because I mean, it did have something going for it a few months ago, so you just never know out of nowhere. As long as the volume is good, as long as the volume pops it through, could be a nice little trade. So I'm just going to stick the alert, price alert. If it happens, great. If it doesn't, you just move on. All right, well, YCBD, I mean, it's challenging that $2 level. The next high actually looking left. Now this is pre-market high, okay? So it did get up to 250 odd, but the next high looking left is 205 and then 213. So, I mean, this daily resistance may jam it. All right, cars may be trying to take off a bit. Holding that 1650 level. Just give me a moment, please. Well, wow, look at these topping tails. But boy, if it takes out these highs here, I know it sounds crazy, but sticking an alert for ISPC at around 29 wouldn't be the worst thing. If it takes out that high, I mean, it's nothing stopping it, of course, because this is at an all-time high. Car's not looking like it wants to maintain over 1650 right now anyway. All right, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just waiting on this. Look at this KRYS. It is just not wanting to really break out one way or the other. It's just sort of stuck between that 84 and 90 level. All right, DMYQ, that's the only one that's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. But look at this. It looks like there's some pretty good support right around here, right at the level it's breaking to. So this doesn't interest me as a short. And this is a SPAC. That's right. This is a SPAC. So, you would think that 10 will hold it fairly well. All right, guys, again, I'm not getting too many new alerts. Yeah, this may be dead. I don't know if this is a pretty big pullback now for the BPTH. Let's see if there's any news on it. And I don't see any specific news on it. I mean, Wainwright talked about them on the 15th. Thinks it's going to recover, but that's not today. And the market has just flattened out. Yeah, I mean, the market has just flattened out. We had about 45 minutes, down, but certainly nothing dramatic. Market has just kind of flattened out. Dow has given up a little bit, but tech has been still strong. Well, NAS has been strong. SPY is strong. Now, a word about my stops. Notice that the YCBD is starting to approach that stop level of 174. Should have mentioned this before. That stop level for me, again, this is in the simulator, that's the worst I want to do on a trade. I can always get out earlier if I don't like the way it's trading. And so what I did was, and these are hotkeys, I click on flatten, that'll get me out of a trade. Okay, notice I clicked on the flatten. I can get out of half the trade or I can double my position. Of course, I could have manually done it down here, but these are just some hotkeys that you can use if you just want to quickly get out of something. So notice, I took a $60 loss in the simulator. At one point, what this is telling me, at one point I was up $37 in the trade, okay? So this is a good gauge to kind of check how good are your exits. So what you don't want to see, for instance, if I'd been in this trade and I was up, say, $500 and I allowed it to turn into a loss, or when I finally exit, I'm only up like $50 or so. I mean, obviously that is not managing your exits very well. So this can kind of be a good gauge to just to kind of show you, well, how good are my exits? This one also, the distance from the exit price can also give you an idea. So what this is showing me, what you'd want to see when you get out of a trade, is if you went long, you'd want to see a big negative number here because that would tell you, great, where I got out, it's way below. So that would have been a good exit. What is the float on PTPI? Well, I can tell you what we have for the float. 3.3 million. Oops. Give me a moment, please, guys. All right, guys. Wow, just watching the ISPC, so it is starting to. That's a pretty big drop now, dollar-wise. All right, guys, I do have an alert set for cars at around 16:55. See if it takes that out. Why would I do that? Well, take a look at the 15-minute chart. And you can see right up here, whoops, that's not the wrong one, cars, not car. Excuse me. So look at the 15-minute chart right there. A little high there, a little high there, a little high there. All around the same. If it takes that out, it could have a run. I'm not saying it's going to, but it could have a bit of a run. And I'm, somewhat fixated on it because it did come in the option scanner and, might have been a little early, that's all. STRN, STRN. Yeah, so this was halted earlier, wasn't it? Yeah, this was halted at 352. And it's a low float. And it really didn't do much. There was the halt, I guess, and really didn't do too much. Faded, in fact, but it's trying to come back. And again, look left, it's got room, 429. Now the whole number, 4 may stall it. Wasn't an IPO. Let's see. It's hard to believe it would be an IPO. Just because of the price. Let me see if I check my calendar here and just sort of see if there's... Yeah, I just don't remember it being an IPO. Doesn't mean it wasn't, but could have been a symbol name change. That's a few months ago. Oh no, this is just this last month. Well, let's take a look if I can see it here. Yeah, it's not showing up. It's not showing up as an IPO on my calendar. Okay, guys, the cars is getting interesting again. All right, well, let's see now. Maybe it'll challenge that 17 level again. All right, guys, KRYS looks like it wants to break out now. Okay, take a look at KRYS. It looks like it's trying to break out here. I mean, it's had about an $8 run from the very low. But if it takes this area out right here, I mean, it could have a run. Remember, it did get up to what, 109 in the pre-market. right, guys. Again, I'm not hearing anything. No new alerts from me. Metastock, MTTR, Metastock, all-time high. Yeah, look at this. Wow. I mean, what a if you believe in all this stuff, well, this is one of the ones that everybody talks about. When is it December 1st? Somebody said December 1st, right? That's when Facebook officially changes the symbol to Meta. Is that correct? December 1st? Now, this is not what's happening here? How's that going to work? Yeah, but that can't be. I mean, it can't be. I'm not sure then. I'm not sure what their symbol is going to be because Meta is already, looks like it's already taken. Unless this is not, no, this is today. All right, let me get Facebook in here and see. Well, I don't know what it's going to be called. I don't know what the symbol is going to be. Yeah, but what's the symbol? What's the symbol going to be? Uh, MVRS. Yes, yes, yes. MVRS. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to just stick an alert here. Cars are starting to, it's just not wanting to really break out. But I'm not gonna lose sight of it completely, but it just doesn't look like it really wants to break out. See if it gets back up to the 55, 56 level. Grubhub. Yeah, this is an all-time low. Grubhub, all-time low right now. Grub. Yeah. I haven't really seen them. I didn't see this. Oh, I sort of remember this. This is about 5 months ago. 5 months ago. Yeah. iBio. Not showing up on any one of my scans. iBio. Yeah. It's mainly because I don't look at anything under $1. But hey, it's up 26%. Lots of volume. you know, it's one of those. You know, one of the reasons I usually always shy away from a stock like this. Any stock that's under a dollar, number one, I usually shy away from. But look at the float, 216 million in the float. I mean, it's you know, it's impressive that it's up 26%, but that's a huge, huge float for a sub $1 stock. Yeah, this ISPS, guys, yeah, ISPS. I keep saying ISPS. ISPC. I mean, it's got down to 23, right back up $3. I've got my alert set up here. I know it sounds crazy, but takes out that high. This could just keep running. Yeah, this DMYQ keeps drifting down, but I'm just not interested in it because, you know, this 10 level probably is going to hold it. Yeah, Vail is halted because of news. That's a Brazilian stock, isn't it? Ooh, look at this ISPC, guys. Again, this is a very, very, very risky one. Okay, it's an all-time high, yes, but only 3.2 million in the float. All right, for a $27 stock, that is very, very low. A bit of a spread issue with the ISPC, but all right, guys, let's see. Let's see if it really wants to run. ISPC. Twitter is really failing here, man. TWTR, really kind of failing here. I mean, this could go negative. The volume is increasing with the ISPC, increasing volume on that. What time is it? 11:26. So this 15-minute candle still has some time. You can see the volume is increasing. There it goes, guys. There it goes. SPC. Sorry. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to put myself on mute just for a bit here. You probably know why, so I'm just going to put myself on mute just for a bit. All right. Well, as I always say, manage the trade, and that's what I've been doing. Okay, that was fun, and I'm still looking maybe to get back in. I'm talking about the ISPC. Okay, looking to get back into it. Takes out that 28. Boy, that was that was a lot of fun. Takes out this area here, and then again later on in the day takes out that absolute high. I think it has that look about it. Whew, okay. All right, guys, pulse is getting back down to a normal level. All right, what else now? What else do we have here? That cars is, yeah, that's just miserable. I'm just going to forget about it today. I just think it's kind of miserable. And what is the market doing? Okay, actually, the market's having a nice little move here, guys. After that first 45 minutes, a little bit down, nothing dramatically down, no wide candles, but it's just kind of inching its way up. Let's take a look at the sector analysis. And see if there's any major changes. I doubt it. Okay, well, okay, not 100% of the energy plays are up, but everything, wow, look at financials though. Financials really took a hit. Remember, everything was up, okay, in the pre-market when we looked. And when I say up, I mean this was probably around 90%, 85%. So financials have been falling. Tech has basically remained the same. Look at communications. That's interesting, you know. Tech and communications usually kind of trade around the same, but look at this. Only 20% are up from Friday's close. So tech is really leading the way. You can see right there. Tech and energy. Wow. Yeah, I mean, this is doing well. I mean, the BFRI, you know, that's not a, I mean, it's 782. So there's a dollar move off the lows here where all that support was on the 15-minute chart. And again, it got as high as 1060 in the pre-market before they announced their financing. Well, there's a good, you know, the ISPC, you know, managed the trade. Even though I thought maybe, just maybe, this move here was going to take out the high, but, you know, I didn't want to predict it. So got out for a, you know, nice little profit, guys, but did not want to, you know, I actually thought this might be the move, but still can happen later on, taking out that high. Has Twitter gone negative? Wow, Twitter is just basically flat right now. Only 10 cents above Friday's close. Whoa, just as we were talking about it, look at the move. Good for anybody. I know somebody was taking this one, BFRI. And also at the very beginning of the day, somebody was saying they were trapped in it. They got nailed in that financing. Well, you should be okay now if you held on. And remember, this is remember, we don't count the pre-market, but this is an all-time high up here, pre-market high. But now, market hours, this is an all-time high, BFRI. So another one has shrugged off the financing, just like the ISPC. And the warrants are not halted, okay? Just a second. I've got to change my headset. Just one moment, please. All right, I'm back. Wow, Zach, I don't think you're still in your ADGI short, but look at that. Wow. I mean, you might be, but that was way better than the KRYS. The KRYS is just sort of stuck in a channel. But look at this one. I mean, got from all the way 54 down to 37. It took 10 points. Look at this. I mean, this could keep moving down. I mean, easily. I mean, there is maybe the support in the pre-market around 30. Again, I'm not saying to take the trade, anybody, but you can just look at the chart. Yeah, I am stubbornly going to wait for about an 83 if I'm going to take this one, the KRYS. I think I have an alert set. No, wrong. KRYS. I have an alert set right about here, around 83, 63. You just see, I mean, just look at this. I mean, I've got an alert set on the high here, 95, around 92.50, and one down here around 83.67. It's just sort of stuck. I just do not believe it's going to stay here all day. I think, you know, I'm not going to predict the direction it's going, but though, if somebody said, well, what do you, I mean, I would probably think it's going to break down. But, you know, I'm not predicting that. And in the Twitterverse, I think it's gone negative, right? Twitter has gone negative now. So it's interesting. So the market reaction, it seemed to be, yay, Dorsey's leaving, but not so fast. Yeah, if it is a 5-minute halt, let's get it on the chart. If it's a 5-minute halt, PJ's right. 11:39 plus 59 seconds. This is what we're talking about. You can see right there. So if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open in, all right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. There it is. And it just moved up to 10, through 10 now. All-time high, all-time high. There's the pre-market high. It's pretty impressive, guys. Two stocks just absolutely shrugging off their financings. You don't see that too often. And not just shrugging them off. I mean, ICPC basically doubled off the financing price. Anybody have a quick financing price for BFRI? $5.25. See, I didn't see. I just saw the news that they were doing one, but I didn't see an absolute price. Thank you, Devin. Okay. So 525. So again, I mean, that's pretty impressive. It's basically doubled off the price. So what I'm going to do is look where it got to. 1040. What was the pre-market high? 1054. So it just kind of got stuck right around there. I'm going to stick an alert around 1026 to see if it leaves 10 behind in a big way, okay? And then starts to run. I mean, great volume, obviously, 15 million, 3.6 in the float. And you can see right here, here's my float turnover scan. And look at the top two. Well, no, are they the top two? No, not the top two in terms of don't know how, I guess I have them sorted in the position in the day's range, but I mean 14 times the float here, ISPC, almost 10 times the float, and then these two down here. But if you just looked at the stocks that turned over the float, and that's all you looked at all day long, you know, and trying to figure out different levels to get in, it would give you just a very, very few number of stocks to take a look at every single day. All right, guys, so I just want to make sure that it is Sean in our YouTube room at 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, noon Eastern. Okay, blue collar, we'll see you when you get back. Give me a moment, please, guys. I'm just looking at a couple of reports here. All right, I just got a confirmation. It will be Sean in our YouTube room at noon when I take my break. So I'll put the YouTube link in. And again, as I said before, Sean is more of an option player. These are the option filters that we do have for those of you who like to trade options. So some obvious ones we've got. We've got the put-call ratio, the options volume today, the put volume today, the call volume today. This option volume right there, that refers to the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And then this one is the key metric for me, the option volume today percent. So if I want to see stocks that are having abnormal option volume, you know, and I put my minimum of 300%, in other words, 3 times normal, and that's why when I take a look at a cars, even though the cars, you know, didn't really, it worked briefly, but when you look at the cars, you can see that the options volume today is 8 times normal. You know, 5,500 contracts, not like a huge number of contracts. But the minimum it has to be is at least 2,000 contracts. But this 5,500 represents about 8 times normal compared to the last 10 days. So, you know, that can help you maybe trade the option in it. It's not looking at strike prices or anything like that, but it just zeroes in on stocks having abnormal option activity. Playboy, PLBY. Let's take a look at Playboy. You guys are talking about that one. Boy, I look at ISPS or ISPC. Look where I got it, look where I sold it, and I look where it is now. I mean, this is not bad. I mean, you know, the longer it bases, if it ever pops from here, it just looks a little weak though. Yeah, there's really nothing shaking out of the AI today. I mean, Barry's been not terrible, BERY, but I wouldn't call it. I mean, you would have had to withstand this pullback. Yeah, so I wouldn't call this. I mean, it's starting to move now, BERY, and it's an all-time high. So there is that. You know, the alert happened at 69.75, 71.30 now, and it's an all-time high. All right, well, guys, ISPC, yeah, it's starting to drift down. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Twitter continues to move down as it is further absorbing the news. Look at this, what a slide. What is the next low looking left on the daily chart? 46.23, that was Friday. Wednesday was 46.16, and Tuesday was 45.98. You can see this 46 level is pretty critical for it to try to hold on the daily chart anyway. If not, just don't know how much more dynamic it's going to be. $750 million in the float, so okay, guys, I'm just going to pop the promo code in again. This will expire tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Nah, I got the wrong link in, sorry. Okay, so yeah, obviously go to my home page and then you'll see, click on the get trade ideas, and then you'll see the way in which you can take out a subscription. And as always, I always recommend, if you don't know this program, do not take out an annual subscription. I would start out. If you don't know this program, start out with a monthly, 118 or 228, less than 25%. If you decide you do want an annual and you decide you want to upgrade to an annual, if you do it within 30 days of taking out your subscription, we will honor the 25% promo. So the only reason, again, people typically want to take on an annual is because they want that discount for the whole year. Because a monthly discount is only good for the first month. Then after that, if you maintain a monthly subscription, no problem. I mean, but that's what you'll pay, 118, 228 going forward after that first month when you do get the 25% discount. So where's the VWAP? 2310? Really? You think it's got to get way down here? All right. Interesting. KTTA, okay, that was crazy one last week for a while anyway. Let's see what it's doing right now. Yeah, I know somebody mentioned it earlier. That's a lot of volume coming in. Low float, 4.6 million in the float. It did, let's see, the high 2 days ago, that would be Wednesday's high, is 495. So yeah, I mean, if it can take that out, then it's got, I mean, there was the high on the day before, that Tuesday last week, all the way up to 850. Can't remember the reason. Sometimes there's no reason. But let's stick an alert around 496. See if it takes that out. Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow. We do have another one now on the gap down. So the 10-day daily breakdown. VIRX. Yeah, it's up to you, Delwayne. There's more to trade ideas, of course, than just the AI. But yeah, hey, that's your prerogative for sure. I do have that link. Yes. Somebody asked for the strength alerts link. Okay, it's called the strength alerts. That's that $17 one you're talking about. MNMNK. So I'm just looking at the one that's working. Just, I don't typically take anything from the AI that's over 20, but I'm looking at Barry. I don't see there's first of all, the spread is, 7109, 7114. That's pretty good. The volume is, decent, 1 million shares. That's 3.8 times normal. But, it's up to you. So when you're mentioning ADGI, I'm assuming it's having a pop. Yes, it is having a pop. It's a big one too. I just find it's really hard to trade. I mean, All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be taking my break very soon, just waiting for Sean to show up in our YouTube room. Okay, Sean, just let me know when you start.
And hello, everybody. Look at that. I love it when this thing just passes me off when I'm not standing in front of the camera. Anyway, hello, everybody. It's your boy, Chicago Sean McLaughlin. This is the live Trade Ideas Q&A session for the next hour. I'm on camera. Hope that doesn't hurt your eyes. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Here, let's minimize this. You don't need to see that much of my face. But hey, this is the live Q&A session. So for the next hour, I'm going to be taking your questions. Any questions you have about the software, any help, if you need any help getting started, building a layout, using any of the tools on the platform. As I say at the beginning of every one of these sessions, I don't have the answer to everything, but I do know enough to be dangerous. And I could certainly point you in the right direction to get the help on anything that I cannot answer for you. So anyway, I hope everyone had a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday. I hope none of you paid attention to the stock market on Friday. It's almost as if it didn't happen. Today's big gap session, you can see up here on the S&P chart. I mean, this was Friday's half-day abbreviated session. If you forget that happened, it just looks like we're down a little bit from last week, from Wednesday's close. No big deal. Funny how that stuff works. All right, so if you are new here, I will tell you that what you need to do here is if you have a question about trade ideas, about the software, about anything about the software, you're going to want to type your question into the questions panel that you see there on probably on the right-hand side of your screen. I will see your questions and I will do my best to answer them. And so because it's Monday and I haven't had any questions yet, one thing I always like to do during these sessions is I want to go to the Strength Alerts channel. That's what we do on Mondays, the Strength Alerts channel. And we review the 5 new names that have made the list. And for me, I want to buy all 5 of these names. A couple of them have already had some nice moves since the open today, so that's a bummer. Not getting the best price, but that's okay. I'm not micromanaging my entries here. I want to be in these things for swing trades, and I want to hold them for several weeks if I'm lucky. So let me move this out of the way while I wait for some questions. And if any of you have any questions.
Okay, Sean, I'm just waiting for you to tell me that you are streaming, okay? Before I stop the stream here. It is now 12:02. I haven't done anything, Ija. I haven't done anything. I think he's having problems then. I haven't done anything. You see, I usually, okay, he was? Well, he has to let me know. I'll stop now and see what happens then. Well, I'll take a chance. I will stop. Yeah, all he has to do is start streaming again. Let me just ping him. All right, I will stop streaming. Let's see if that works.
Okay, and we're back. Sorry about that snafu there, folks. Barry just, Barry stole the stream from me. He's a stream thief. Come on, Barry, what are you doing? All right, I don't know where I got cut off there, guys, and I'm sorry about that. But anyway, I was about to enter all these strength alerts channels, or all these strength alerts trades using Brokerage Plus. So I'm just going to jump right into it right now. I'm going to go right down the list. I'm going to start at the top. Here's the TI strength alerts right here. You can see the 5 names for this week. All right, I'm going to click on the first one, MRVI. I'm going to do a couple clicks, right click, trade MRVI. I'm going to hit buy. And whammo, I will be into this name, and you can see my stop loss order working. Now I'm going to quickly get into the rest of these names, and we'll talk about that in just a second, what I did, so that you guys all have, if you have any questions, you can ask them. But you'll notice how quickly I'm getting into these trades. Let's count the clicks here. Let's bring up a ticker. So it was LNG, right? So I just hover my mouse anywhere in the chart, right click, that's 1 click. Buy using swing trade buy. So 2 clicks and I'm in a trade. So we'll review exactly what's happening here in just a sec. All right. So I have now gotten into all 5 trades. If I go to my Brokerage Plus window, let's bring this up a little bit. And if I go to the executions tab, you will see all these 5 buys right here. These are the trades I just entered. There's a selling order in here because one of my stop loss orders got executed. I got out. That's good. But these are my 5 entries that I just got in just now. Okay. And so I used Brokerage Plus one-click trading to get in a trade at the proper share size, at the proper amount of risk. So what am I doing? Well, if I go to my strategies tab here, and swing trade buys, this is the strategy I was using, right? When I was up in these charts here and I right clicked and I chose trade the ticker, and then you see these little drop down menus here, or these options. These are my 2 custom strategies that I've built that you see right here. Okay, here they are, and I could activate them or I could execute using them right here. And so what I did, in my swing trade buy strategy, that's one I just used. Let's right click on it and choose edit trading strategy. And let's go to the risk management tab first. You'll notice there's a bunch of tabs here across the top. But the most important one is the most important place to start, at least for me, with this strategy anyway, is to go to the risk management tab and set my stop loss. So I'm using a stop loss level. I'm using it based on percent, and I'm setting it at 5%. You have other options here. You could do a fixed dollar stop loss amount. Like maybe you want your stop losses to be $1 away or $2 away. That's fine if you're trading the same priced shares all the time, stocks that are all in the same price range, but it's likely that you're not. So percent-based stop losses, at least for me, work the best. 5%. Nice, clean and dirty. Clean and dirty? Wait, that can't be clean and dirty. Quick and dirty. That's the phrase I was looking for. So after I've got my stop loss level set, then I go to the order details tab and I set my position sizing. And my position sizing is based on that stop loss that I just set. So what I'm saying here is my position sizing based on stop loss and the risk value of 200. What that means is I'm willing to risk 200 bucks of my trading capital on any one trade. All right. And so it's doing the math for me, saying, okay, well, your stop loss is 5% away, as set here in the risk management tab, right? Your stop loss is 5% away. And so if the stock were to fall 5%, we got to size the position such that if I lose, I only lose around 200 bucks. Okay. Now it's simple math, but I'll review it for you guys. Let's say it's a $100 stock, right? I'm about to buy a $100 stock. If my stop loss is set to be 5% away, that means my stop loss would be at $95. That's 5% away from $100. The difference between 100 and 95 is $5, right? So if I'm willing to risk 200 bucks of my capital, okay, and my stop loss on the stock is $5 away, I'm risking $5 per share. Well, you take $200, your risk capital, divide it by 5, which is how much you're risking per share. The result of that would be 40. 40 shares is the size of the position I should buy. Now, I don't need to do all that math. I don't need to do that gymnastics in my head. Brokerage Plus is going to do it for me. But I'm just giving you some flavor of how that's all working in the background. So if I'm buying a $100 stock, it's going to purchase for me 40 shares because 40 shares risking $5 per share would equal 200 bucks. That's how much capital I'm willing to risk. Now, your number could be different. You might be risking, $5,000 per trade. You might be risking $50 per trade, right? Whatever your number is, it doesn't matter, but you can set that number here. All right. 200 is my comfort level for risking in any one trade. And there you go. So that's how I set that up, guys. And if anyone has any questions on that, we could dig deeper if we need to. But I'm not getting any questions, so it seems maybe you guys aren't all that interested in it just yet. Okay, Mr. Calhoun, I see a question here. What is the percent number next to short float? So you're talking about right here in the single stock window. Short float, 1.57%. What does that mean? What that means, Mr. Calhoun, is out of all of the outstanding shares that are freely traded on the market, okay, it's probably millions of shares. I don't know. We could look it up, but out of all the shares that are freely trading in the market right now, 1.57% of those shares are held by people holding a short position. So people who are betting on the stock going down. Okay. Now it's pretty normal for every stock to have some amount of its shares held short. Okay. And there's a variety of reasons for that. Most commonly, the reasons are because of market makers, right? Market makers are on the other side of everyone's trades, right? And if everybody's bullish on a stock and everybody's buying it, well, who are they buying it from? Who's selling? Well, it might be a market maker on the other side of that trade who's getting short in order to provide the stock to you to buy, all right? So there's always going to be some level of short float in any stock. Now, when this number gets high, when this number gets, in the double digits, like once we get north of 10% short float, that's when things start getting interesting. Because guys, I don't know how much you know about shorting stocks. I know many of you here are very proficient in shorting stocks, so you might skip this conversation if you'd like. But for those of you who are new, if you are short a stock, that means you're betting on prices going down. And that's how you make money, because basically you sold it first and you're looking to buy it back at a cheaper price, right? Buy low, sell high. That's the name of the game. No matter what you do, that's what you want to do, right? Buy low, sell high. In this case, with a short seller, is selling first. They're selling what they don't have. They're borrowing the shares. We won't get into the mechanics of it, but you're basically selling first, buying back lower. Now, if you are short and the stock is going up, the only way you could stop losing money is to buy back your shares and cover what's called cover your short, right? Well, the higher this short float number is, all right, once we start getting above 10%, then it starts getting interesting. Sometimes you'll see stocks above 20% and above 30%. That's when it really gets interesting. I want to pay attention to those stocks, because if those stocks start trending higher, all right, if they're making new, weekly highs, new monthly highs, new all-time highs, in that situation, everybody who's holding shares short is losing money. And if there's 30% of the float, for example, that's short, that's a lot of people that the only way they could stop the pain is to buy back their shares. And people buying back those shares, they create demand. They add fuel to the fire. If a stock's moving higher and there's 30% of the shares are still held short, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of shares that need to be covered. That's a lot of buying that needs to happen before the pain ends for the shorts. So, guys, I love being long a stock that has a high short float, because if that thing starts moving, it's going to really start moving. And we've seen that, right? You guys have heard all about this. The GameStop saga, for example, is a perfect example, right? That the whole reason that thing ripped as high as it did and continues to stay as high as it did, because it has a tremendously high short float. Let's pull it up. Let's pull up GME. Well, the short float's come back quite a bit. It's now says listed at 10%, but it was dramatically higher back when it had that big run. Let's pull up a weekly chart here. Time frame, weekly chart. When it did this thing over a year ago, when the stock ran from $20 all the way up to like 400, something crazy. This was not because all of a sudden GameStop cured cancer. This was not because all of a sudden the world awoke to the fact that GameStop is a fantastically profitable business. In fact, it's a dying business on all metrics. The reason this stock ripped higher is because there were a lot of people, a lot of aggressive shorts who got a little over aggressive in their short positions, and they got caught with their pants down. And the only way to cover their position was they had to buy, and they had to buy at increasingly higher prices. And then that was just a fire drill, right? That's a 1,000-person theater all trying to exit through one door in a fire, right? And that's what happened. So short float's an important number to pay attention to, guys, especially if you like to swing trade, especially if you trade from the long side. You want to see stocks with a high short float, because that's a lot of potential fuel. All right, guys. Well, the other thing I'm going to do while I wait for more questions. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I see some questions got hidden there. Kurt, I see you. Can you cover the use of a dock versus a window? Kurt, I cannot. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Hold on a sec. So what Kurt is asking about is he's asking about the new feature we have, docks. Okay, so if I go to my TI menu bar here, you go to New, and you go to Docked Channel Bar, for example, you can click this, and this will open up a whole separate window where you could open up additional layouts. Let's open up, say, like the NFT and crypto layout. You could have an additional layout right here, okay? And this is great for people who might have multiple monitors, okay? So you got like a 2-monitor setup, or you got a 4-monitor setup. You could take this docked window and move this over to your other monitor, and now you got twice the trade ideas real estate happening on your screen. Okay, and you could change the channels within this. Go to maybe the Buzz channel, and then it's good. It's extra real estate, Kurt. That's really the extent to which I use it. Look, Kurt, I don't use it myself because I have a 1-monitor setup, and I got everything I need on 1 monitor, and I don't need anything else. But for those of you who like to have a lot of stuff open and you got multiple monitors, you could use these docked windows to do that. So again, I'll close that down. To open a docked window, go to your channel bar, go to New, and choose Docked Channel Bar. That's the best way to do it. I don't know. I don't understand what happens when you open docked window. I hit OK, and then what? There's nothing here. This is one thing that's never been fully explained to me. I'm sure it works. It's just not very intuitive. I guess maybe you can open up, yeah, I'm not even gonna mess with it. If I were to use docked windows, guys, I would just go to new and do docked channel bar and play around that and have an extra layout open. All right, Kurt, I know that's not probably the answer you were looking for, but it did give me an opportunity to show that for everybody else. Iris asks, how do you find the high short float? Well, I mean, you could look in a single stock window and you could set make sure you have the short float indicator in here, which, by the way, guys, if you have a single stock window open on any of your custom layouts anywhere, and you don't have an indicator data point in here that you're looking for, simply right click in it, go to configure, and type in what you're looking for. So if I was looking for short float, I'd type in short float. There it is. I would highlight it. I'd hit show column. I know it's some weird vernacular for that, but you would hit show column, and then it would bring you over to the columns tab. This is where you could arrange them. These are all the columns here on the left that are actually showing in my window. I can remove anything if I wanted just by highlighting and clicking this right arrow. Then I would hit OK when everything's good, and then it would appear here in this window. So there's the short float. It was already there, but that's how you find it. Iris, if you want to find stocks with high short float, I mean, your basic top list window, right? You can create a top list. Let's go to new here. Go to your TI menu bar, go to new, choose top list window, and we'll hit start from scratch. And in the search tab, first thing you're going to want to type in is short float. And highlight it, click add filter, and then you'll want to set your minimum or maximum to whatever you want. I mean, I would probably start with a 10%, right? Anything below 10% is not all that interesting to me. You might decide that's different, Iris, for you, but or for anyone else who's paying attention. But set your minimum here, and then continue on adding any more filters you'd like. But this is where you would start, Iris. You would start adding the short float filter to any top list, and then it's going to only show you stocks that have at least, in this case, at least a 10% value for the short float. So Iris, there is no out-of-the-box list for short floats. Actually, I take that back. I believe we used to have a channel here called Short Squeeze. Did we get rid of that? No, there it is. Okay, we have a channel here called Short Squeeze, Iris. If you want to just take the shortcut, you can go over here, and this is going to show you stocks that do have a high short float. In this top list window here, let's see what the parameters are. Let's go to configure. Let's go to window specific filters tab. So right here, short float, see that? It's requiring a minimum of 17%. I don't know if that's the magic number, but that's what's happening, okay? So you can see in all these windows, they probably have a value for a short float. Look at that, short float 55%, right? So these are gonna be the names that are heavily shorted. So go to the Short Squeeze channel, guys. I mean, that's an easy hack. But I showed you how to build it on your own if you want. Just make sure you use the short float percent filter in any top list or alert window that you create, and then that'll show you only stocks that have a high short float. You're welcome, Iris. Happy to help. Happy to help. And good questions, by the way. Okay, folks. Well, we're over 20 minutes into this session now. Wow, time flies. We got a little more than 35 minutes left. So if you're sitting on a question, if you need help with anything, now's the time to ask, guys. I can demo it for you right here on the screen as best I can. As best I can. You know what I'm going to do here while I wait for questions? I'm going to cycle through all my open positions in my simulator. This is the simulator. Again, let's not get carried away, but this works exactly the same if it's real money. But I'm going to show you how easy it is to adjust your stop losses when using the simulator. Okay, so these are all my open trades. I'm going to click on them and we'll bring up the charts. And for me, actually, let me go to a different layout. Let's go to, actually, no, we'll stay right here. I'll just stretch this chart out. I just want a bigger chart here for my daily chart so I can see a little easier. Stretch it out. Okay, you know what? I'll even move this down a little bit. Okay, so the way I adjust stop losses, and there's no math to there's no science here. It's for me, I'm a very visual trader. I'm looking to place my stops below obvious levels of support. Okay, that's it. Why? Because all I'm looking to do here is I'm looking to ride trends. I'm looking to ride stocks that are trending higher. If they're breaking levels of support, well, then they're not going higher anymore, right? By definition, they're not going higher anymore. Now, there are better ways to do your stops, guys. So I'm not saying this is the best way. I'm just saying it works for me, okay? So I like to do visual-based stop losses. Now, this one right here, I like where this stop loss level is. You could see over the last month, this stock has kind of held this level of area. It's kind of chopping around, but this level where my red line is here, this is where my stop loss order is currently resting. I'm going to leave that one alone. I like it. And you'll notice here, in the red here, it says closing order stop at 120.90. That's where my stop loss order is working. And if my stop were to get hit, this is the amount of profit I would walk away with, $209 approximately, right? That doesn't factor in slippage. It doesn't factor in commissions, but give or take, I'll lose or in this case, I'll walk away with a $209 win. If you look at my trade blotter down here, I'm currently sitting on $325 of open profits, right? But if the stock were to keep going back down and hit my stop, then that's approximately how much profit I'd walk away with. Not bad. I'm going to leave that one alone. Let's go on to the next chart. Okay, here's the stop loss I want to adjust. I'm actually going to put it right below that little support that happened on Friday. I'm going to get aggressive with that one. I put my stop right down below that. If that level is broken, that tells me, at least in the near term, the upward trend is broken. And that's my signal to get out. I'm going to leave that one where it is. I'm going to leave that one where it is. And I go through this pretty quickly, guys. This one I'm just going to move to break even. That blue line versus B+, that's where I entered approximately. So let's do that. Okay. Wow, you know, Friday printed a lot of workable risk management levels, I think, from a lot of these charts. Okay, I don't know why. I'm going to flatten these shorts. I have some shorts in here. Don't know why. Let's get out of them. I must have, when I was demoing this for somebody else the other day, I must have put those on by accident and forgot about them. Okay, I'm gonna leave that stop where it is. QGen. This one we just got into today. Yeah, so a lot of these are we're just gonna leave them where they are. And you know, I do this once a week, give or take, moving my stops in the direction of the trend. Again, I'm trying to catch big trends here. I'm not trying to micromanage my positions. I'm just trying to catch big trends. I like big trends. I cannot lie. I need to adjust this one up just a scotch. So you guys, you see how easy that is? All right, no questions coming in. You guys must have ate a lot of turkey this weekend. You're all sleepy. Excuse me while I flip to another screen real quick. Your screen's going to go black, but don't worry, I'm still here. Don't worry, everything's good. You're good. All right, and we're back. I use a Mac. I'm a Mac guy, and I was flipping to one of my other desktops that I have open on my screen. Or on my... I told you I have a single monitor layout, and that is true, but I can have multiple desktops open on a single layout or on a single monitor. The power of Mac. Although I think Windows does something like that too, but I'm not a Windows guy. The windows that we're using here for trade ideas, I'm accessing through Amazon Web Services. Did you see this? Amazon Workspaces. It allows me to run Windows on my Mac. I know a lot of you out there are Mac users and you're frustrated that Trade Ideas doesn't have a Mac native app. But a great workaround, and it works great for me, it works great for a lot of the guys here who are Mac people. We just run Amazon Workspaces on our Macs, and it works great. It costs a little bit of money, it costs like $35 a month, but better than buying a whole new computer. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Got a lot of noise happening out my window here. Let me shut this window real quick. All right. Ignacio, why Amazon Workspaces versus Parallels? I've used both, and I don't know. Amazon Workspaces just seems to work easier for me. I don't know. I found Parallels to be a little challenging. It works. Parallels works, but I found it to be challenging. Maybe it was because I was trying to use the free version, and they kept trying to upgrade me, and it made it challenging. They want you to pay for it. I don't know. It's been a long time, so I don't remember exactly what it was, Ignacio. But I used to use Parallels, and then I tried out Amazon Workspaces. And once I tried out Amazon Workspaces, I never went back because it works great. And the nice thing about Amazon Workspaces, guys, is you can access it from anywhere, right? So, maybe you got your main workstation at home, but, sometimes you want to go work in a coffee shop, or maybe you're traveling and you're on your laptop. Instead of having to download Trade Ideas on multiple machines, you could just access it through Amazon Workspaces, which is great. Parallels robs power. Yeah, that's probably true. You're getting outside of my wheelhouse there. I'm not a tech guy. But Amazon Workspaces does work in the cloud. I can say that. It's basically just like running a web browser on your computer. So it doesn't really tax your computer in any way, which is a good thing. Michael, if you're having issues with a custom channel on the docking, I'm going to actually send you to our support team, because they're going to be able to handle that better for you. I'm really not the guy to answer that. Just completely honest, I don't use it. I don't think Barry uses it either. Me and Barry don't use the docked windows. They're a great feature for people who need them, but I don't need them. I don't use them. So here, send an email here. This is to you, Michael. Send an email to info@trade-ideas.com and tell them exactly what you're trying to do. And an expert in that tech will walk you through the steps. Okay, my man? Hope that helps. Ty, I got no insight on Rivian. Oops, I typed the symbol in the wrong spot. I got no special insight on that thing. What are you looking to do? Looking at a 70 put? I mean, sure. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. If you're bearish, buying puts is probably a good idea. I don't have any special insight on that one. That's a new stock. I don't trade IPOs a whole lot. Anyway, Michael, going back to you real quick about the docked. I'm pretty sure that you can dock your custom layout. I don't do it. So I got my custom layout right here. I don't need a dock for it. I'm showing it right here. If I use a dock, I use a dock for everything else, right? Like if I were to use the docks, I would have my main layout open on regular Trade Ideas, and then I would just open up, go to new and open up a channel bar, dock channel bar, and then go look at whatever else I want to look at, in the meantime, right? Maybe I want to look at the strength alert channel real quick. I'll hang out here, and then when I'm done with that, I just close it and I'm still back on my main layout. That's how I do it. Wow. Quick look at the market here. SPY, QQQ. I mean, they're coming back. They're trading as if Friday never happened. And I know a lot of people who were maybe a little over paying a little bit more attention than they should on a holiday Friday were freaking out. The bears were high-fiving each other left and right. I don't put much stock in a holiday half-day trading session. And today's a perfect example why. I mean, look at that. This was Tuesday. I'm sorry, this was Wednesday last week. And then Thursday, the market was closed. And then here was Friday's half-day session. Right? I'm looking at my SPY chart here, guys, up here in the upper right. This was Friday's half-day session. Today, we gapped up, and we're going up. Filling that gap. C'est la vie. I am an options trader, and you may have seen, if you follow me on Twitter, you may have seen me on Friday morning saying, what's the thing to do? Sell premium on a day like Friday. And I did, and I'm glad that I did. It's paying off quite nicely today. So guys, if anyone has any questions on anything we haven't yet covered, please throw them in here. Let's talk about it. Guys, on the right-hand side of my screen here, I got top list. These are the stocks that are up the most since the open today. I like to pay attention to these big movers. This is the up the most since the open, and this is down the most since the open. I like to have these available on my screen because this is where you see where the action is. I mean, look at this stock. This thing closed on Friday at 25 bucks. It opened at 33 and just ripped up to 50 at one point. I mean, this was a huge intraday move. And it's had some big swings. This is where the action is, guys. What is the best channel for intraday market rally? Well, Michael, I don't know if you have a channel that's best for that, but kind of what I'm talking about right here is I have this little top list here. It's just showing me all the stocks that are up the most since the open. I mean, those are stocks that are intraday rallying, right? If I go through all these names here, look at these. These are the 5-minute charts right here. This is a 5-minute chart. You can see the big moves. I mean, these are all double-digit percentage moves since the open today. I mean, here's one. This stock opened at 28. It's now up at 32. That's a nice intraday move. Okay, Pam has a good question here. I want to play around with this simulator in Brokerage Plus. Will you walk through the steps? I want to play around with your system of moving the stop loss, continue to run. Well, Pam, setting up the simulator, there's really actually nothing to set up. All you simply need to do is open up a Brokerage Plus window. So let me close. Well, no, we'll just minimize it for now. So if I had no Brokerage Plus window open up on my screen right now, what I would do is I would go to my TI menu bar right here, go to New, and find Brokerage Plus right there. Just click that, and it's going to open a Brokerage Plus window. And if this is the first time you're opening it, right here is where, for me, it says connected, but for you, it'll say connect because you need to connect something. So you would click on it and you would choose, your options are E-Trade or Interactive Brokers. Those are for live trading. Or you would choose Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. That's what you would select. And once you select that, then you would be in the simulated trader. Okay. Once you're here, you could start manually trading. I mean, I don't have the manual trade buttons here displayed, but if I click this little gearbox down here and I click show order entry, here you are. You can manually buy and sell stocks, right? Here's my ticker, MMTR. I could pick like 500 shares. I could do it at market, or I could do limit price, and I could go ahead and click buy, and boom. Oh, actually, I have to go in here and select the account. For me, I would choose simulated trading account and then buy. Most people don't use Brokerage Plus in that way, but that would be the first thing you can do. Okay. Now, if you want to do the one-click trading like I was doing, Pam, where I was, where I go into a chart and I right-click and I choose trade that ticker, and then I have my strategy that I can choose from. I just have two. You could have multiple strategies, but I just have two. If you want to set that up, Pam, then once you're in the simulator, then you're going to want to go to the tab where it says strategies, okay? And you'll start from scratch. You'll just anywhere in this blue area, just right click and choose new trading strategy. And this will open up this window, and you'll just want to work through the tabs and set everything you want. So Pam, if you're trading like me, on the configuration tab, it would be a long base strategy. You'd give it a name. Pam's swing trade strategy, we'll call it, right? We would set the account. In this case, it would be simulator. Okay. Hit save. And then we'll work through all these tabs here. Entry time. This is not really going to be significant, but just set it so if you're doing this, if you're going to be trading it like I'm trading it, just set these times wide open from 9:30 to 4 Eastern, or whatever time zone you're in. These are the regular market hours. I don't really need to worry about this stuff down here. This is for people who are auto trading. But this is, Pam, if you want to do it like I do it, I'm showing you the steps. So next I would skip order details. I'd go to risk management next and set my stop loss. Okay. You set it as a percent, choose your number. I do 5%. You might do something different. And then I would go back to the order details tab and do my position sizing. And when it comes to position sizing, guys, you have choices. The fixed dollars position sizing is, I can set this number right here, it's 10,000. So basically what that means is any stock I buy, it's going to buy however many shares $10,000 buys. Okay? So it'll do the math, it'll figure it all out, and it'll buy $10,000 worth of stock. That's a perfectly acceptable way of trading if that's the way you want to trade, if that's the way you're comfortable managing risk. I don't hate that. I don't do it myself, but I don't hate it. It's a perfectly acceptable way. Another option is fixed shares. If you're somebody who just likes to trade in 100 share blocks or 500 share blocks or something bigger, that's fine. A lot of old school traders trade that way. I don't trade that way anymore. I used to a long time ago. But I don't trade that way because, guys, look, 1,000 shares of MTTR at $30 a share has a much different risk profile than 1,000 shares of Amazon, right? A $3,000 stock. So I don't like the fixed shares, but it is an option. But the option I use is based on stop loss, which we've discussed earlier, right? I want to risk, I could set how much money I'm willing to risk based on, or if my stop were to get hit. And we set the stop over here in the risk management tab. Remember right there, stop loss 5%. So I could set how much I'm willing to risk per trade. So my number is 200. Your number might be higher, Kim or Pam, sorry. Figure out that number, whatever that number is for you, and set it here. And this way you'll know that every trade you get into, whether it's Amazon or MTTR or a penny stock, it doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter the share price. You'll comfortably know that if your stop loss level gets hit, you're going to risk, in this case, $200 of your trading capital. So every trade is going to cost you the same. That's really good. That's how smart traders do it. I'm not passing any value judgments on any of you who do anything else, but the smart traders that I know, they like to keep the risks pretty uniform across a series of trades. The last tab here won't really won't matter for us, so I just have it set to none. This is for more people who are auto trading. Once I got that all set, Pam, I just go ahead and hit OK. And now, look at that. Pam's swing trade strategy. It's right there. And it's activated. And now, if I were to go into this MTTR and make a trade, if I right click and go trade MTTR, look at that. I now have my original swing trade buy strategy. I also have buy using Pam's swing trade strategy. So it's available to me. So that's how you set that all up, Pam. Let me know if you have any questions on that. Happy to dig deeper if we need to. Okay, Dilip, sorry if I'm butchering the pronunciation of your name. Dilip is asking how to create a top list, which you have on screen. Well, I'm going to do two things for you, Dilip. Number one, I'm going to show you how to do it. And number two, I'm going to share the cloud link for you if you just want to use the one I already have without having to recreate the wheel. So anyway, so this top list right here, let's look at this one, the up movers, stocks that are up the most on the day. So what I did here is if I right click and go under the hood, go into configure, you'll notice if I go to the Windows specific filters tab, I have a couple of filters here. I'll just hide unused here real quick. I just have a minimum of 5. I only care about stocks that are above $5 a share. I don't care about stocks cheaper than $5. And I want an average daily volume of at least 100,000 shares. That just gives me comfort of knowing that these things actually trade, right? I want some volume. But the way I got this window to show me the stocks that are up the most since the open is I go to the columns tab, okay? And I selected change from the open percent. I found that over here on the right. Okay, if this doesn't show for you, change percent from the open, if it's not available to you here, it might not be. Just go ahead and click this more button and it'll bring here and just type in change from open and find the percent one, which is right here. And then just click show column and they'll bring you back to the columns tab and then it'll display there. And so I've got this as a column, right? And I haven't made any changes, so I'm just gonna hit cancel. And then it'll display like these are the columns I have set to display. And all I've done now, Dilip, is see how this kind of indented? I double clicked on it. Right now I just double clicked again. And I double clicked on it so it's sorting by the highest change at the top, right? If I double click, now it's showing me the lowest change from the open down here. Okay, these are stocks up on the day. But I'm double clicking because I want, this is the highest, so 61%. So really the short answer, Dilip, is you want to get the change from open percent filter displaying as a column. Okay, again, if I right click in here, you want to go to the columns tab and make sure you've got this displayed or set to display. Okay, once you've got it displayed, you just double click on it, make sure it's sorting, right? Like if I double click on the price, watch this, it's going to sort by the highest price stock, right? So $81 a share, 67, 44, 40, and down the line. If I sort by relative volume, if I double click on relative volume, it'll sort by that, right? So that's how you get to sort, and it's an easy way to get them to sort. For me, I'm just going to double click on change from open, and the highest one is there. And conversely, I did a similar thing for down mover since the open. So that's how you can create that on your own, Dilip. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to share you the cloud link. So if you like this one that I've got right now, you could just take it. So I'm going to right click in this window. I'm going to hit save or share to cloud. I'm going to clean up this name of it. So it's called Up Movers since today's open. I'm going to hit save and share. It's going to give me this long, ugly URL code. I'm going to copy it. And now I'm going to paste it in here for you. Up since open. There is that cloud link. And let me know if you need help installing a cloud link. Actually, no, I'll just go through it for everybody. When you take that cloud link, what's going to happen is, let's open up a browser. If you click on that cloud link, you go here. If you click on that cloud link, it's going to open up this window. Okay? Now, don't worry about what's all in here. Just all you need to do is you need to highlight that link, the URL, and copy it. So, maybe you right click and hit copy. Okay? So you have it saved on your clipboard. And then close that down and go into your TI menu bar, go to File, Load from Cloud. Then you paste that URL code right in there. It'll probably already be pre-pasted for you, but in case it's not, I'm just going to right click and hit paste. And there's the code. And when I hit load, it's going to open up. I mean, just looks like it's right in the same spot. Look, it just opened up a second version. So now I've got 2 versions of that window open. That's how you load it up on your screen, guys. And then if you've got it on your screen, Dilip, and it's something you want to save on your layout, like you want it to be a permanent feature of your layout, just make sure you save this layout with this new addition, because if you don't save the layout, then you will have lost it. I'll also share the cloud link for the down movers too. Let's save or share to cloud. I'll clean up this the numbers there. Hit save and share. Copy all. Down since open. There you go. There's the down since open thing. All right, Pam. I'm glad you got what you needed there. I think. Feel free to come at me with more questions today or tomorrow, or maybe not me, but for those of you who are first timers here, we do these live Q&As every trading day at noon Eastern. All right, and we have a rotating cast of people that do it. I typically do Mondays, but as we go throughout the week, Michael usually does Tuesday, Steve does Wednesday, Jamie does Thursday, Andy does Friday, and Chris Varley will fill in from time to time if anybody needs a day off. Chris Varley is also doing additional Q&As at the market close right here on this same YouTube channel. So bookmark this link, guys, and come here anytime, every day. Noon Eastern is the best time, or come near the close. Chris will be on taking questions. And when we're not doing Q&A, if the market's open, the rest of the time we're simulcasting Barry's live trading room. So Barry will be here. And Barry is a real trader, trading with real money, using Trade Ideas software to guide his every decision in the market. He's a great guy to look over the shoulder and see how he does what he does. And you can hear him talking through what he does. And it's good for everybody. All right, Dilip, you're good? You're good? I don't know what it's like where you guys are at, but here in Colorado where I am, it's a beautiful sunny day outside. I keep looking out my window because it's beautiful. It's like 65 degrees, sun's shining. It's a little breezy, but it's so nice. I'm drinking out of a, you guys see this? I know Aya wants me to talk about the Bills and the Pats. I'm not going to do it, but I will talk since we're talking football. Look at that. See that? That's my Michigan Cup. How about that big win for Blue? Big Blue this weekend, beating Ohio State finally. Got off the schneid. I know some of you guys don't even you don't care about college football, so I'll stop. So folks, we got 10 minutes left here. Well, actually 9 minutes left. So if you're sitting on a question, look, no question is too small. No question is too big. If it's on your mind and you need help, don't be shy. Ask that question, because I promise you, if there's something you need help with, there's a good chance that there's other people who will benefit from the answer. There's 62 people in this watching this stream right now live. So your question could benefit another user, including just yourself. So don't be ashamed, or don't be shy. MB, how can I save my windows as a group so I can move the group from screen to screen? Well, you cannot do that, but you can use the docked windows. And I'm not an expert on docked windows, as we've established earlier today, but if you go to your TI menu bar and go to New and open up Docked Channel Bar, you can, maybe you have one of your custom layouts up here or something else. You can open up a custom layout in that Docked Channel Bar. See, this is where things get screwed up for me. I just open up one of my custom channels and it just, yeah, and then it did this. I don't get it. Go to New. That makes no sense to me. Channel Bar. Let's bring my layout back up. Okay, back to my normal layout. But the only way you could move a group of windows is when you're using the docks. Okay, so New, Channel Bar. You know, if you're in a docked window, say you got the Strength Alerts channel open up here in a dock. Okay, what did I do wrong? See, now I've got myself confused. I had New, Docked Channel Bar. Let's move it over here. I want to open up Strength Alerts. Oh, there it is. Okay. So, I got one of the channels open here, and I can move this around to another layout, MB. But I think I know what you're asking. I could be wrong, but I think what you're asking is, Can I like grab these, this group of windows here? I got five. I got a top list, top list, top list, top list, and an alert window, right? These 5 things right here. You're asking, can I grab these things and move them as a group? And the answer is no, you cannot do that. Not with our software. You have to move each one individually. Hi, Rajesh. I'm going to need a little bit more color on your question. It says, which market data do I need to subscribe to trade these stocks? If all you're talking about is just a trade idea subscription, you don't need to do anything. The data is included in a trade idea subscription. Now, if you're talking about using Brokerage Plus and trading live through Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, you're going to have to pay for live data with them, which is something like $10 a month. I'm not sure how much they each charge. Each place is different, but you'll have to have your basic live stock data. So you won't need level 2 data. All you'll need is just, time and sales, level 1 data. Majestic, if I'm getting your name right there, I never use a trailing stop for options holdings. I mean, I'll have a mental trailing stop. Like I'll have a level where I want to get out, and if a stock's moving my way, I'll have a level that I'm watching, and I'll trail that up certainly. But I don't leave a trailing stop order resting with the market with options. That's dangerous game. Options, the bid-ask spreads are too wide to do that. That's irresponsible. Never because a stop order becomes a market order once it's triggered, right? Never trade options with a market order. Bad idea. Michael, there is a sector channel. If you scroll down, you got to scroll down a bit. Let's see, sector status right here. If you go to sector status, that's going to give you a high-level overview of most of the key sectors. It's not every sector, okay, but it's got most. And if you like it, and you want to add to it, you can create your own sector top list here, and then add it and save it as your own custom layout. DS says, you mentioned sometime back that you sold premium on Friday. What does it mean? Did you sell puts? I sold puts and calls, but we're not going to get too deep into that discussion here because that's not what this session is about. But yeah, I sold puts and calls all day on Friday, selling that juicy premium, trying to stay as delta neutral as possible. That's what I did, and I'm happy that I did. Okay, back to you, Rajesh. Which exchange data do I need? You need you're gonna need New York Stock Exchange data, and you're gonna need NASDAQ data, and you're gonna want American Stock Exchange data. I mean, really, if I go up to new here and top list window, exchanges, you're gonna really want these big 4 for sure: New York, American, NASDAQ. Okay, those are the exchanges you're gonna want to pay for. If that's what you're talking about through Brokerage Plus. No, Majestic, I do not use stops for my options trades. Just mental stops. I mean, here I'll give you an example here. I mean, here's a stock I traded today. I did an options trade. This is the last I'll say about it, but I bought calls in this stock today, and the level I'm watching is right here. If this level breaks, so like 21.75, right? So I got a stop loss level here. In fact, I'll draw a little line. All right, so that's my stop loss level. Okay, let's clean up that chart a little. My stop loss level is right around there. Let's say 22. I'm long calls. Now, I don't have a stop loss order working in the market, when you're long calls, your risk is defined. So you should always size your position in such that if you lost everything, you're cool with it. And so basically what I'm looking for is if that stock breaks through 22 and has a close below 22, that's when I'll get out. And I'll just, wade into the market the next day and work a limit order to get out. That's it. I definitely do not use stop loss orders. Okay. DS, how do you create an alert window? Go to your TI menu bar, go to New, choose Alert Window, and then walk through the steps. Start from scratch. You want to start from scratch. Then all the magic happens on the search tab. This is where you look for the alerts. These are, you type in some keywords and say you want like, I don't know, cross a daily low support or something, whatever. Type in keywords and you'll find the alerts you're looking for, and just pick one, hit add alert. And then it'll bring you to the select alerts tab. Make sure you place a check in the box to activate the alert. And then you'll probably want to add some filters. And we cover all that in the, in fact, because we're out of time here, but I'll send you a link here. Actually, here we go. This will be great for everybody. 20 lessons. This link covers a lot of the real basics to get you started. And including creating your first alert window, and it's all right in there. Short little lessons with little videos that go along with it. The videos don't have any audio, so don't get carried away. They just show you what we're talking about on the each tab there. But that'll help you. That'll help you DS. All right, guys, I'm going to be heading back to Barry here at the top of the hour. Let's see, Pam. I see your question here. My tab options is one new second tab is window. In your Brokerage Plus window, Pam, if you want to create a new strategy, well, first go to the Strategies tab. Are you saying you don't have the Strategies tab? Do a couple things. Number one, stretch out your window a little bit. And if you still don't see it, that's fine. Go to Windows, go to New, and choose Strategies tab. That'll open up a Strategies tab here. And then once you're here, you just right-click and choose New Trading Strategy. I hope that helped. All right, guys, Barry is back, so I'm going to pass it back to him. Great questions today. Thanks for being here. Come on back tomorrow, noon Eastern, same time, and we'll do live Q&A again. Trade them well. Have a great week. Take care, everybody.
And that KRYS, man, it is just not wanting to budge out of this area that I'm looking at. Here's the top. I have an alert set on the top. I have an alert set on the bottom. It is just right in the middle here. Saba. Let's take a look at Saba. Oh, Saba. I forgot what that one was all about. Yeah, Saba. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad, but I mean, the relative volume is so low. And right now, I'm not hearing any new alerts. Last alert that I can see that I had when I was on vacation, when I was on break, was at 12:29. Thank you, Aja. Thank you for letting me know that I am back in. Okay, a little applause here. Okay, that was for PSTG. Must have taken out Friday's high. Yeah, You can see right there, PSTG. So guys, I mean, this has a shot. This was an earnings play on the 23rd. There was the reaction right here. Good reaction. That was Wednesday. Friday, it got up to the high, pulled right back down. Now it's at that high again. 30.49. Well, actually, I'm sorry. It's above that high. 31.85. I'm sorry. Their high was 31.85 and 31.88. We're at 31.92. You can kind of see that if it takes out 32, that whole number, it could go on a bit of a run. It's an all-time high as we speak, and we're talking about PSTG. Yeah, Michael, Anthony, I'm sorry, man. Like, I don't care about PTN. I know you've been talking about PTN for years. Sorry. I just don't care about it. I'm sorry. It's under $1. I mean, listen, I know it had a nice pop, fantastic, but okay, guys. Let's see. YCBD. I'm going to try to remove my bias for it, and I still have my alert set for just over 2. All right. Again, guys, I'm just waiting on anything new happening. PSTG, so takes out 32. There it is, right at 32. I'm not saying to take the trade, but again, all-time high. Take a look at some of my alerts from my scanner. Let's see if anything really happened today from it. All right, so QLGN at 194. What did it do afterwards? Not bad. It got up to 238. That'd be a nice percentage move. I know this one where ADGI went from 48.32 up to 53.54, so that was obviously pretty good. YCBD 183, got up to 203. I mean, again, nothing spectacular. This one though, 24.67, and it got up to 29. So yes, I'm not saying these were easy trades, but we're just looking here to see what time was the first alert and what was the price. That's what this is all about. STRN at 11.11, 376. What did it do after that? Nothing. GRCL 720. What did it do after that? Okay, guys, I would pay attention to this one. The reason being is that it hasn't really moved, but it's basing nicely. It's a China stock, not that much volume. It's 1.3 times normal, so it's not that much volume. But you can kind of see, a 3 days ago, it got all the way up to 1186. So, if it can break out. There's the high, 737. If it can break out over 737, and all I'm going to do is I'm just going to stick a price alert at 734, see if it happens. It may not happen today. It may never happen. But if it does, you can kind of see what traders would be looking at. They'd be looking at that spike the day before that. So that's just a matter of just putting the price alert. If it happens, it happens. And the BFRI, 949. And it got up to 1043. I mean, again, not bad. I mean, it pulled right back, but you guys have been talking about the PTPI, 446. Yeah, I mean, actually, my watch list has done extremely well today. And then there's the PSTG, a little more expensive than the normal ones on my watch list, both the ISPC and this one especially, the ADGI, but 3185, just over 32 now. All right, can I share my layout? So I can share, let me just give me a moment here. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, I just put my homepage link in. This is what you'll see. Okay, you'll see this. You'll have 4 sections. One of the sections, my scans. So this is a sample layout. It's not going to look exactly like this one. It has the basic new highs and lows instead of these two. But if you wanted these two, the 10-day daily breakout and daily breakdowns, they are right here. So I've created individual scans because not everybody, of course, wants exactly my layout. So I give you a sample layout and then you can play around with it. You can add some of the ones that are here, subtract something from the layout I do share. And I mean, it's up to you. You know, but I've got a lot of different scans here, including the 4 that I use in the pre-market, the gap up and gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. That helps me maybe get an idea about what stocks could be moving once the so-called real market opens at 9:30. I'm still kind of mystified by this one, the KRYS. I just refuse to believe it's going to stay here for the rest of the day. But look at this base. Look at this base. Yeah, I actually have AHPI thumbnailed, and I do see it's making a little bit of a move here. I'm in no rush to do anything right now, guys, though, I have to admit. I got very, very fortunate on the ISPC. Timed it pretty well. Timed the exit very well. But I'm not losing sight of it, though. I want to see if it has a late day surge. I actually saw Merck had a downgrade. Somebody downgraded Merck this morning. That downgrade worked. Look at this. Yeah, the downgrade worked. Let me just see who that was. Yeah, Citigroup downgraded Merck, MRK. Do we have a scanner that scans all filters? I do not know what you mean by that, DJ. What would be the purpose of that? I mean, we have, I don't even know, last count, I have no idea how many filters we have, but several hundred. So what would be the purpose of that? Wow, the market is, last time I looked, the Dow was up about 118, 119, 120. So now it's up 349. The big market rally today, yeah. Let's take a look at the SPY. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, DJ. If you click on, so the question was, can you basically, a custom scanner that that's the whole idea of Trade Ideas. I mean, I have scans that I share. And in our channel bar, there are scans that we've created. But of course, if you want to create your own scan, are you a subscriber, or are you just asking in general? I mean, to answer your question generally, yes, of course, you can create your own scans. These are all, I mean, here's these icons here. These are all the alerts that we have. And then these icons, these are all the filters that we have. So we have lots of alerts and filters, so you can create. Okay, so if you're a subscriber, you should then, I don't know if you've taken the 20 lessons, because it goes over how to, like, what are top lists and what are alert windows and how to create them. Because that's the whole idea. I mean, most of our subscribers, I'm pretty sure, create their own scans. They may start off with some of my scans, or they may start off with some of the scans that we have in our toolbar, but then they want to customize them, or they want to create a scan completely from scratch. I mean, that's what Trade Ideas is all about. You know, you've got your option of taking the scans that we have and maybe tweaking them a little. Tweaking meaning maybe, you know, a different price range or volume, or creating a scan completely from scratch. But if you haven't looked at the 20 lessons, that's what I would do. Yeah, I mean, okay, I'll show you. But I really think you should take a look at the 20 lessons, okay? Even if I do it. Okay, so when you click on that link and click on the education section, and right here, the 20 introductory lessons, I mean, this is it. I mean, this tells you how to do it. You know, building a top list, create an alert window. That's what it's telling you how to do. But, you know, if I wanted to create a brand new alert window, I would just click on new, and then alert window. And here it is. Then I would start, if I wanted to start from scratch, I would just click on the start from scratch, load the settings, and say okay. And then I would say no to the config. So now I've just got a blank. Oops. Actually, let me start again. I click on new alert window, and then start from scratch. Load the settings. Okay, so now there's nothing in it. You can see the summary. There's nothing in it. Now I can start to, you know, create whatever alert I want. So if I want a price range of 1 to 50. Okay, there it is. But if you don't see the price icon, you can search on anything. So I could have searched on price. Oops. So I could have searched on price, and that would have come up. Next, if I want to search on volume, you know, here are all the different volume alerts and filters. The one I want is the volume today. You know, add the filter. say 100K minimum. I'm just, making things up, but that's how you do it. You just, start to, you see how I built it now? Stock is between 1 and 50, volume is at least 100,000, and so on. I mean, I can't tell you what alerts or what filters you're going to want to use, and then if you have an alert window, you always have to have a trigger. So, a trigger meaning, okay, assuming all those filters are satisfied, tell me stocks that with all those filters satisfied, when they make a new high for the day or a new low for the day, and then again, I can't tell you what you're going to use. These are all the different alerts that we have. Okay? And as I always say, you don't have to learn them all. I mean, I use just a very, very, very low fraction of all the alerts and the filters that we have, but I just combine them in the way that I like to see my scans. But that's how you start. You just start off with some filters, and then you have a trigger. The trigger, and then that gets you. If I choose new high, you add the alert, check it, say okay. So I see DH right now. It just made a new high. STOR just made a new high. Okay, with the minimum volume. Remember, I had 100,000 shares, and I said between $1 and $100. Okay, so that's why we see these. These stocks are making new highs right now with those filters, with those filter criteria satisfied. As an example, and you give it a name, of course. Right click, and in the summary, you just give it a name. But I would definitely take a look at the 20 lessons if you're starting out new. And as always, when you create an alert window or a top list window, and you might have several, maybe you add some charts, maybe a single stock window, I can't tell you what you're going to do to customize your layout. Don't forget to save your work. When you exit trade ideas, you're going to be given an option, A, save or share to cloud. Okay. I would click on entire and then give it a name. My first trade ideas layout, whatever you want to call it, and save it. Okay. You can also save to your computer because that's saved into the cloud. You can also file, save layout, and again, give it a name. Okay, don't use default. I mean, give it a name. That's what I do. I name all my layouts, different names, so I can, if I want to retrieve a layout, I just go and retrieve the layout I want. Now, I've been using essentially the same layout for years. I might tweak it a little bit every now and then, but I've been using the same layout for a long time. Now, one of the things about the cloud, saving everything to the cloud, so important because a couple of reasons. If you have multiple devices, you have I'm on a desktop here, but if I have a laptop, I have a tablet, I can have trade ideas on as many devices as I want. Can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. But let's just say I have my laptop. Well, all I have to do, if I saved everything to the cloud, I just download the program so I see my toolbar, and then I just file load from cloud. So I don't have to redo everything, every device. Number one. Number two is if anything ever happened, say to your desktop, okay, and then maybe you just have it on one device. Well, if anything ever happened to that device, well, it'd be a pain, but you get a new device, new laptop, new desktop, whatever, and then, reload trade ideas and then just reload everything from the cloud. PTPI, okay, let's take a look at PTPI. Well, let's see. The next high looking left is 520. Yeah, that could stall it right there. That's a few months ago, but it could stall it. And I still do not see any. I don't see any news on it. I mean, they had earnings on the 15th, so I mean, this I suppose anything is possible. I think it was right here. Oops, right here. There's no reaction whatsoever to its earnings. So I again, I'm just looking at some headlines. I don't see any reason for it. Yeah, I do. I have it thumbnailed. I just find it hard to trade ADGI. I see it's trying to break out here a little bit. I guess if it took out 47, right around here, it did get up to 54. We're talking about the ADGI. It had news and it had an upgrade. Yeah, your AHPI is now breaking out over 7. At 824, that was of course that's so we're closed at approximately there on Friday. And then after this morning though, it really got hit. I mean, it's still down for the day, down 15%, but trying to recover. Okay, look at what happened with cars. Cars could not take out, number one, the high of the day. And it could, which was 1698, could not take out that, or nor 17, of course. So far, anyway. Whew, guys, nothing happening here for me, for the stuff I'm following. So can you imagine, guys? So here's the news for FENC, okay? All-time low right now, okay? So this is, they're expecting an FDA rejection letter. Now, that's probably correct, but what if it doesn't happen, okay? And all these people that sold and bailed, you know, because of, well, they wouldn't have had a big chance because it closed here at $10 on Friday and it opened down here at 5. So you really didn't have a chance to bail anywhere close to here unless you knew this was coming. Well, guys, I'm sorry, but this is turning into a bit of a snooze fest. But as we all know, something out of nowhere can happen. So I'm just biding my time. I'm not going to try to make anything happen in terms of a trade for myself. I'm just going to bide my time. If nothing happens all the way up to 3 when I shut down the room, so be it. So, DJ, I noticed you sent that same question to our info at trade-ideas.com. So, I'm assuming I've answered you, right? When you asked the question, scanner that scans all filters, I've answered your question. I'm just going to tell them to close it. Okay, so the difference between the 10-day daily breakout and the one that starts with DR just stands for don't repeat. Okay, that's all it is. It's the same scan, except it just is the don't repeat. So what that allows me to do is kind of go back in time, and I can say, okay, you see PTPI. Wow, by the way, PTPI. You see PTPI is you see it over and over again as it keeps making a new high. Right here. Here, that was the first time it was alerted. So I can go back and say, okay, I had an alert for PTPI at 933 and the price was 372. What did it do from there? Now I can tell. You can see right there that there is the blue arrow that's telling me the candle in which the alert happened in the 15-minute chart. I'd have to back the 5-minute chart up. I'd have to back the 2-minute chart because this was the opening candle. And I can say, okay, what did it do from there? Well, at some point, it did get all the way up to, I mean, obviously, this was chopping around, but eventually it got up to 520 from that 372. So this is just the don't repeat. I'm only going to see the stock one time in this window, the very first time it alerted. If I scroll all the way down, you can see it right here. See, there's the PTPI, 933, 372. There it is right there. I love having the don't repeat version, so you can always track to see, okay, what did it do after? Did it do anything cool or not? Or sometimes I'll look back and say, wow, has it even moved from there? Alert. I mean, they all have. I know that, but sometimes you'll look and you'll say, I missed it the first time, and it really hasn't moved. So maybe now I should really start paying attention to it. It's the same thing here. This is exactly the same idea. This is a don't repeat. Okay, give me a moment, please, guys. I have to. I have to. I have to answer something. No, I'm going to put myself on mute. Okay. All right, guys. I just want to alert everybody to something that just happened to me. I don't know if it's and this is a pretty interesting scam, and with all the deliveries that are taking place. So take note. This is the first time I've seen something like this. I got an email. I'm in Canada. It says Canada Post, but if you're in the States, it could have said, I guess, U.S. Postal Service, and it says that your package is waiting at a distribution center, and they give you a tracking number, and then they want you to start a chat, and then they say, you know what, here's what your parcel looks like, and I am expecting things, and they're trying to say that the label is there's something wrong with the label. We have your name there, but we don't have the address. And then they say, and this is what really said, you know what? All you have to do is give us your, you're going to have to charge you $3 in order to do this. And so, of course, they want your credit card number and your address. Don't do it. It looks so darn official, though. I'm just going to tell you guys. I mean, I've never seen anything like that. You got one of those also? Well, you know, the problem is, I'll be honest. I mean, I'm getting a few I'm getting a few packages, and I have no idea how they're being sent or anything like that. But that's a new one on me because they use the, just. I'm just trying to tell you guys, don't get sucked in. I mean, I'll just show you. This is what it looked like. I mean, Canada Post, it looked very, very official, okay? So, don't get sucked in, guys. Hmm. Oh, okay. In terms of when am I going to buy a stock, this is just, these are just ideas, okay? For me to buy something, either short or buy it, I'm always looking at the longer term time frames. Okay, so it's not a matter of when I get an alert, I just pile into it. Now, obviously this one that would have worked fantastically. Problem is, I don't typically do anything in the first 15 minutes. So that one I wouldn't have taken. The PTP. Somebody asked me, okay, you have the alerts. When are you going to take them? Well, again, that requires, for me, I'm always, always, always looking at the higher time frames because these are always making either new highs here or new lows of the day. So I'm always looking left to see if there's room for them to run on the daily, weekly, or monthly chart. Guys, KRYS maybe just breaking out. See a little bit of a break here. Little bit of a look at all that. Look at that basing here. Now it's starting to inch its way up. I still think it's got to take, for it to really run. I mean, look, if you took it now and it ran to 92, that'd be okay. But I think for it to really run, it has to take out this 92 level, and then it just might start to attack these highs over here. Getting back to that, I mean, it looked pretty official because then, there's a chat and somebody will chat at. Anyway, just to let you know, guys, that's a new one for me. All right, IMCC, I Am Cannabis Corporation, okay? Not I Am, but that's the name of the company. IMCC. I don't think I've really seen this one before. I'm just not really into the cannabis plays. They just take a look at MJ. Let's take a look at the index or the ETF. Yeah, look at this. I mean, this looked pretty interesting on that move all the way up to 15. And now, I mean, it's just been steadily down. Okay. Here's another one. Thank you, Vancha. I agree, Becca. That has to be an issue if they really are trying to get a hold of you. Yeah. All right, guys. So that PSTG, yeah, it is still not really. I mean, it's a little bit choppy, PSTG. All right, guys. Again, broken record, but not much is happening for me right now. LGVN is starting to really slide away. Not shortable for me, but it really look at this. Look at this move now. Of course, at any point it could really regain, as you know. But this does look like it is starting to really slide away now. Guys, KRYS, it's almost breaking out here at the high here. Might be a little late though. I mean, it's already run $5. All right, guys. Well, it is touched that area. Now we're at 93. Lots of volume just came in for the KRYS. How you trade it, if you're going to trade it, of course, it's up to you. I'm sure you meant LGVN, Devin, not LGCN. And it did just bounce a couple of dollars. Yeah, ADGI is making higher lows. You can see the little trend here for it. Right there. Okay, guys, KRYS. TCAT. NFT play, of course. I haven't seen that one for a long time. TCAT. Yeah, man. How many months ago was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 months ago when the NFT craze started. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, you recall I put, it actually triggered. You recall that I put in a pullback order for ISPC. I was demonstrating how you can do that. Pulled back to 21. It took the trade, okay? Now, if I want to get out of the trade, I just flatten it. So this is telling me that when I was, the most I could have made, still being in the trade, was $427, okay? I exited for 390. Obviously, that's pretty good, right? I mean, you're pretty close. You never expect to, get out right at the absolute penny. But now here is the distance from the exit price. That will be the interesting number to keep a track of, okay, or track of, because what I want to see now, well, if you were truly in the trade, you want to see a big negative number now, because that'll tell you, okay, I got out at what was the exit price? No, it doesn't say what the exit price is, but anyway. So right now it's 11 cents underneath. Don't I have that as a column? There we go. So that's telling me here's my exit price. And at this point, it's 30 cents. So it's 30 cents above where I exited. Now, I just wanted to show you how this works, okay? Would I have truly, if I was truly in this trade, would I have exited? I may have taken some off, all right? But I probably would have not taken the entire amount off. Just wanted to show you how this works, though, in the simulator. right, guys, 1:55, so a little over an hour left for today. Now look at, tell you all that had to happen. I don't know how much more, I don't know how much further this is going, but there was, for me, the key was that 91.83. I think I had my alert. And here it goes. KRYS. Remember, just patience, 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 patience. This was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Almost 4 hours. Almost 4 hours of doing nothing. And the volume, look at the volume, guys. Look at the volume picking up. That's the key. That is really, truly the key also. You can pop through a range, but without the volume, there's not that much enthusiasm. But look at the volume. And what time is it? 1:56. So this has another little less than 4 minutes to close that volume bar. So I'm sure it'll be above that one. It'll be above that one. It could challenge that one. I mean, this will be typically the first 15-minute volume bar is always the biggest. When you go back and look at a chart, usually it's because lots of action in the first 15. But this is challenging, these levels here. Whoa, yes, baby. Look at this, 97 now. Now, don't forget, manage your trade. To me, the $100 mark is probably a really tough one to get through. Never mind trying to challenge these pre-market highs, which was about 110. Yeah, let's take a look at ATXI. This had a huge pop in the pre-market, 175. It pulled all the way back down here, almost to $1. And it really is that, but the volume is picking up. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. After the company, it is a virus play, I believe. Well, maybe not. No, it's not a virus play. It is something else. There's your news. Some of you guys were talking about LITM, so this is my watch list also. Okay, so it wouldn't trigger, it did take out the high yesterday, but the relative volume was so low one of the filters I have is has to be at least one, has to be trading at least normal. So this, of course, this was an IPO back here. Great trader on that day. You know, we tried to take advantage. It was an EV play. It's a, you know, lithium play, EV sector. Took advantage of it. This was the day that virtually, well, a lot of the EVs were moving, or this might have been the day after, but it was taking advantage of it. And then, you know, did this. So another, you know, again, I have to keep saying this every day. Pay more attention to my watch list. So there was the alert at 140 at 159, 937 on the alert, 984 it got to. I mean, that was quick. I mean, that's a 2-minute candle, and so in less than 4 minutes, it went from 911 to 981 in less than 4 minutes. Ooh, this is not going to look good. I'm just looking at the ISPC. So right now, the distance from the exit price, so it's $1.20 above where I exited. And again, this is all in the simulator. This is how you can practice, you know, before you commit money to the market. All right, guys, so maybe what I'll do right now is just to keep it interesting. I started doing this, I think it was last week. I'll take maybe up to 4 stocks that you guys want me to trade in the simulator. The only rule is that you have to tell me where your stop is. Okay, so that'll share size it. Yeah, the only problem with that is, okay, where's your stop? I mean, this will, because remember, I'm going to risk $100 every trade. So it might be a little expensive, and it's a little bit whippy. But where's your stop? Like, you're going to short sell it, 96.06. If it gets up to what do you want to get out? And it's probably a little late now. Meanwhile, CTIC just showed up on the option scanner, guys. But look at this. So again, just because something shows up in any one of my scans, the first thing I'm doing, I'm looking at the chart. So what do I see? I see the 200-day moving average right above it. So that blocks me from taking it right there. That doesn't mean that it's absolutely going to stall there. It could rocket right through, but one of the things that I check for. You know, I'm always looking for reasons not to take a trade. So if it's close to the 200-day, I don't take it. I can just even look left though, and there seems to be a lot of resistance not that far away, so I won't take it. I'm missing. I think somebody is saying they got one for me, but I can't read where that is. PPSI. Mm-hmm. So this one now, so the next high looking left is 880. That's far enough away. I mean, you know, you take a stab at that one. Pretty, you know, the ideal entry way back here, yeah. You just sort of see, look at this red bar ignored. That's a classic. So you've got an uptrend. Here's on the 15-minute chart. You've got these three green candles. Then you've got a red candle that is totally engulfed by the previous green candle. And then if the next candle is green, moving above the high of that red candle, that can give you a bit of a trigger. So you look at it like this. You have an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, and then a continuation. That is about as good of a red bar ignored that you're going to see. So you want to, you know, you might, every now and then you're going to hear people talk about red bar ignores and green bar ignored. If you print this chart out, this is about as good as you're going to see. Especially the fact that it did exactly what you're hoping a red bar ignored pattern will do. It doesn't matter the time frame, you know, I'm just picking on the 15. No, it was another one. It was the CTIC. CTIC. So we had the alert. You know, right here, CTIC 265. Okay, you think, all right, let's take a look. But the first thing I see is that 200-day moving average, that green line. Now, even if that weren't there, though, I look left and I just see all this. It's too close for me. That doesn't mean that it you know, in the next second it might just pop right through. But again, I'm always looking for reasons not to take a trade. Oh, I think Real would say though that if you know, you can look at the higher time frames. If you've got a narrow candle, that would be fine. I mean, I'm sure there might have been one on the 5-minute also, but you know, ideally you'd like to see even the higher time frames have that with a narrow body, and then because that gives you a good stop point, and then have it rip from there. Gives you a look, for me anyway, it gives me more confidence. Oh, the okay, let's take a look. The YCBD. Yeah, so the 200-day is way up here. It's 283. I was just looking at you know, first of all, it would have to break two, number one. But again, even then, here's what happened. I mean, it had all the news in the pre-market and it zipped up to 257. But now when you look left, what do you see? 205 is the next high looking left. I mean, you know, when it was up here. So that to me could easily block it, or up here. I mean, it's not that far away. All this right here, to me, can block this stock. Plus, you know, I tried to eliminate my bias on this one when I read the news, because I think the news is a bit ridiculous. Just one moment, please. Sorry about that, guys. It's wonderful working at home. Believe it or not, guys, if you know, if this ISPC takes out this high over here at 29, I know it sounds crazy, it's $5 away. This could just keep ripping. Probably, you know, follow this after hours. I'll be gone at 3, but you know, follow it in, you know, from 3 to 4, and then after hours. The reason being is look at the float, 3.2 million in the float. I mean, that's why something like that could happen. You get some volume coming in and just accelerating it right through. I mean, I don't know if it's going to happen, but you know, it's had the big pullback, and now the interest is starting to come back. And I'm talking about the ISPC. Meanwhile, BITO, take a look at this one. Look what it's doing now after the little run up it had. Now a little bit of a breakdown. So I'm sure Bitcoin is dropping a little bit. This is the ETF for Bitcoin. Okay, so nobody has any stock that they want to give me with a stop. I need a stop, guys. I won't do it without a stop. Just to in the simulator. I don't. You can give me LABU again. Just I have to have a stop. Yeah, I think twice about having my stock symbol SOS. Help. I'm sure they had a reason for it. Emergency rescue. Okay, I mean it makes sense, but now again, if you're talking about RBLX at 127, for me to do this, what's the stop? Well, plus it's 128 now, so. Okay, guys, at the end of the day, or in the last hour, again, when I'm gone at 3 o'clock, keep an eye on the cars, I guess. I mean, if it takes out 17, I mean, you just have to look left on that weekly chart and the monthly chart. The next highs are around 1921. So, I mean, it still has some room. I wished it had not been so choppy today. Look at the market. I mean, they had the nice run, and now it's just flatlining right now. Market's still up a lot. Every let's take a look at let's see if the financials have recovered at all. Somebody asked in the YouTube room when Sean was there, do we have a sector? I'm sure he must have said yes, we do. Sector status channel. See, take a look at financials. See if they've starting to recover. Yeah, look. Remember the last time we looked at this, it was about 30%. So it's been an interesting day. Tech has been strong all day. When we looked at this in the pre-market, this was around 80 plus percent. So tech has been strong all day. But the financials were also very strong. And then when we looked at this, I don't know, an hour ago, an hour and a half ago, this was at 30% or so, 38% maybe. So financials are starting to recover too. Is Barry gone? No, I'm not. You guys can hear me, right? Want to make sure? Okay, thanks. And by the way, we had that big problem on Friday. A lot of you guys couldn't see my screen for a while. You had to do refresh, refresh, refresh. I didn't see that today. And the developer of the room, he apologized. He missed my email because I did email him on Friday, but he emailed me this morning and asked me to keep an eye on it. But I haven't seen anybody. We didn't have nearly the number of people saying they couldn't see my screen. Well, in fact, we had none. Yeah. Just want to. Goods. Yeah, this is just the pattern I'm terrible at, Sam. I just cannot judge these bounces. So, to me, it looks like it'll stall badly at 450, right here in the 5-minute chart. I can see what you're looking at, but I'm just not a pullback player. All right. Wow. Somebody made a nice trade. Poe, I think that was you. You took this trade, GRCL. I think you took it at 707 with a $7 stop, a whole number stop. So that has worked out very nicely for you. It's funny because I do have my alert set here, thinking, wow, in fact, that just took it out. The high, I had the alert set at 737, so it's at 740 now. Now when you look left, 1186. So this is really interesting. It's not a super low float, 57 million in the float. Let's see if it holds this, bases just a little bit here, and then continues to drive. Because now, just look left and what it could do. 3 days ago, it got up to 1180, almost $12. See, this is just stuck now. There's not a ton of volume. 367,000. It's 1.5 times normal. But look, when I look at this, I look at the time in sales, and you can just sort of see that there's just not a lot of activity right now. And this is, you can't see the symbol, but this is GRCL. Just not a lot of activity right now. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, well, okay, guys. I'm nothing really happening for me here. So there it is. Okay, so let's see if it takes that out again. That's actually not bad. Let's see if, I know you're in a pose, so I don't wish this comes back down much further, but let's see if it takes that 740 out again. A little bit of a pullback. And let's see if it takes it out again on similar volume. Volume is pretty light. That's the issue. You can just sort of see. Remember, I was saying. There wasn't very much activity in the time in sales. Okay, last thing, not the last thing we're going to do, but I just want to again. The reason I do this is that you wouldn't believe how many times we get emails from people saying, I heard about the promo, I heard about it, and I just forgot to do it. So there won't be another one until Christmas. So again, if you want to take advantage of the 25% off, then this will expire tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Oops. So again, here is the pricing, 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. We do have, there's the annual. So we have annual and premium, or annual and monthly for both of these. Premium $22.68 a year minus the 25%. Standard $10.68 a year minus the 25%. It's about $4 a day, about $2 a day. So and the big difference, which nothing really shaking today other than the Berry, BERY from the AI. That's the big difference. But again, don't take out an annual plan if you don't know this product. You can always start off with the standard 118, 228. You can get the 25% off the first month. If you decide that you want to upgrade and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 25%. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. So that the discount's only good for the first month on a monthly subscription. And again, lots of information on my homepage. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video right here. All the education is right here. And my scans are here. Okay, so in the scan section and the education section, as I say, there's a ton of information. User guides, introductory lessons, daily support sessions, daily webinars. And then down here, the back to basics. Okay? You're just starting out trading or you need a refresher. It's a great little video series, all free. So again, these two sections, a lot of information. Save my link. Then you can look at these two sections anytime you want. You can just sort of see, guys, you can see why I'm always talking about whole numbers. I mean, it's just a number. I mean, truly, it is just a number. It should mean, what's the difference between 16.99 and 17.01 other than 2 cents? I get it. But it's just amazing how many times a stock has a difficult time getting through a whole number. It's just psychological. Yeah, ISPC is, so now I'm $3 away from where I exited. Of course, you'd never like to see that. This is in the simulator. All right, guys, 2:30, half an hour to go, or less. And I just want to point out again that Chris will be in our YouTube rooms from 3:30 to 4:30. You want to head over there between 3:30 and 4:30. Chris will be there from Trade Ideas. And you can answer questions about trade ideas or scans or setups, I guess, that you're looking at. And there's the YouTube link. All right, let's do it. Goods, let's do it. APVO. Where are you looking to? Where do you want to take this trade? Show you or people how you can take a trade on a pullback. No, I'm committing you to 1034. So we're going to buy 300 shares at 1034. Committing you. Okay, click the buy button. All right, there we go. So if it goes down to 1034, it's going to take the trade. Where's your stop? Now I should have known where your stop was before I share size myself, but what's the stop? Ha ha. Obviously, guys, out of the KRYS, now it's taking the nosedive, KRYS. As we say all the time, you've got to manage your trade. I didn't think it would take out 100. Or what I really should have said is that it got close to 100. I mean, we talk about the whole numbers being psychological. Well, there are some more than others, you know, like 25, 50, 75, 100. Well, of course, the answer to that question, Ivan, is sounds like you. Oh, well, first of all, let me see if it's going up. No, okay. So obviously you bought this, and it's you're in a losing situation. And where is your stop? IB froze, really? Where is your stop? Where's the price that like the price that you're going to get out of this trade when it's really not working? Yeah, it's yeah. IB never freezes. Famous last words. Okay, well, yeah, okay. So where would your stop be? You buy at 735. You know, you hear us talk all the time about a stop. I mean, you're only a dime down. I mean, it's not like. So where would your stop be? You know, I mean, if depending how many shares you took, I mean, I suppose you could. You know, your stop could be around 709, which is the low of Friday's low. But that means you're going to have about a 35-cent stop or 25-cent stop. So if you were going to risk $100 on the trade, you could have taken 400 shares. Ooh, this one is starting to this got me out. This was a short I had earlier on. I escaped it, basically flat. I had a nice little gain in it, and then it just popped. Okay, so it sounds like you probably took 100 shares just because you wanted to take 100 shares. There was no real reason to, because how much are you willing to risk on the trade if it goes against you? How many dollars, literally dollars, are you willing to risk on the trade if it works against you? Moderna is tanking? Well, it's definitely a big candle. Yeah, that's a big candle. Still up 8%, but that is a big candle. Is Pfizer doing the same thing? PFE? This has been kind of drifting down. I mean, Moderna, boom, that was one big. NVAX? Yeah, NVAX was halted, yes. Woo, yes. Well, I see lawsuits are filed and all that, but that's nothing new. Um, well, there are only two, in my opinion. Either A, there's no Omicron, okay, so these vaccines, or B, the current jabs don't work. That's which we, of course we can't know yet. But there has to be some kind of news on this one for it to do this, and it can't just be all these lawsuits that I see. My watch list is included, Sam, in the channel. So if you click on New and go to Doc Channel Bar, and then my watch list is, where are you? Barry's watch list right here. So if you click on the Doc Channel Bar, just look for Barry's watch list, and here it is. And it also includes the unusually strong options. Okay. So it's not on the TI website. It's in the channel bar. Textbook Gertley. I don't follow that one at all, but I'll take your word for it. But something else happened. I mean, obviously there's some news that has hit NVAX. It is not a news halt. It is a volatility halt. So Moderna now up. Sort of. I thought it was going to be a complete retrace or something. Yeah, cars is. I'm not going to do it, guys. It's too late for me now because at 3 I'm actually leaving. I won't have a chance to do any trading. I actually have an appointment, so. Well, okay. When you say you're going to give INO 3 more days, what if tomorrow INO goes down to? I mean, how much are you willing to risk on the trade? I mean, what if it goes down to $4 tomorrow, and then the day after it goes down to 3, and then in the third day it goes down to 2. So now you'll be down 500. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what you mean by that. I mean, I know what you mean. I know what 3 days means, but okay. NVAX opened, yes, and the answer is. So it got halted at 188. It got down to 180.87. So there wasn't a big drop actually. It was not a big drop from the halt, and in fact, it has recovered quite a bit. Now this might be, I don't know, I mean, there's a lot of volume coming in. Wow, can this regain 200 and get right back up here? If it does, that's going to really tick a lot of people off. I mean, no, people who were up here and seeing this and selling in panic mode, and then if it comes right back up, the games. So when you look at cars on a 15-minute chart, you should be seeing this. You should see on a 15-minute chart, you should be seeing all these little bottoming tails here. Okay? So look at the last 3. This is, what time is it? 2:44. So this has another 20 seconds or so to close that volume bar. But you can see, maybe it's hard. You know what I'll do? I'll just get a big chart up, show you what I'm talking about. And let's get cars up here. Expand it even more. So look at these 3 15-minute candles. Look at the bottoming tails. What does it mean? Even here, even right here. But just take a look at these 3. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers closed it here. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers closed it here. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers closed it here. Okay, so at some point the sellers are going to say, okay, you can have it. Fed up trying to short this thing, or it's not just shorting that's driving it down, of course, but Yeah, this is pretty interesting to say the least. I mean, something caused this massive drop down from 214 down to 187, and now, well, it got back up to 204, 203. Rumors. I haven't looked at AstraZeneca for a long time. Sorry, Goods, you've committed. You're committed to taking that one, APVO. A late one from the 10-day daily breakout, GCP, through the 200-day moving average today. Where is it? 2390. So it was through it already, even before this big break. GCP. Well, I don't think much of it. I know. I don't think very much of it. Sorry. I mean, it's you're back to where you bought it. I mean, it's done really nothing today. Had a pre-market pop with a lot of the vaccines, I guess. Say what you want about this one. I mean, this is a little sketchy, way back here. But anyway, it had the pop like a lot of the vaccines, but it gave it all up. Meanwhile, GCP on the move, guys. GCP on the move. Look at that break on the 15-minute chart. Wow. Something's up. Boy, I mean, this is, if it takes this out right there, what's that high right there? 2540, so that's 2540. 2434, so it's above that high. Yeah, you can see if it takes out 2540, look left, look how much room it's got. Yeah, I know is a vaccine play, but it was kind of one of those ones that, I mean, look, back when it all started, right here, there was a flurry of excitement and it got all the way up to $33. Hey, give me a moment, please. All right, guys, as I'm getting set to shut down the room, are there any sort of last minute questions before I do shut down the room? Like, why is GCP running without me? Yeah, I don't know about this ISBC now. That, I mean, look, anything can happen, but this doesn't look that good now with this move here. Olma? I don't think I've ever seen Olma before. Olma, really? OLMA? Olema Pharmaceuticals. Never heard of them. But wow, yeah, what a move. I mean, up 11%. Relatively low volume, 31 million. The next high looking left was 22.97, so it's right there. Then after that, 22.95. Yeah, I mean, look, next high. So the next high really is 25. So it's got a couple of dollars. What's the spread like? Yeah, not. I mean, it's not terrible. 15 cents right now. But that came out of nowhere. It's sort of fascinating, though, when you get these big spikes. There's got to be news, but by the time you read the news and all that, I mean, there's your news right there. Okay, there is your news. And it just got halted. OLMA, yeah, it just got halted. OLMA just got halted. Lee, what do you mean by that? So where do you get the alerts? What are you talking about? I mean, you create scans. You can create your own scans, or you can take my scans, or you can take the scans that are in the channel bar. All these are themed channels, and they all have scans. Are you talking about Olma, Lee, specifically, or are you just talking in general? I mean, there's the halt for Olma right here. We have a halt scanner. There's the halt right there. Okay, well, in general, I mean, are you a Trade Ideas subscriber? I mean, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room, so are you a subscriber? Because you can just create your own scans, or you can take the scans that I've created, or you can take the scans that are in our channel bar. So, I mean, when you say where do you get the alerts? I mean, when you say where do you get the alerts, I mean, these are all alerts. They're just scans that I've created. You can have them if that's more the question. I mean, I'm sharing all my scans. If you, oh, so you're not talking in general. You're talking OLMA. Okay. Well, Zach, we have two trading rooms. Okay, this is what I call the main room, and Zach mentioned it, so I pulled it up, and then it showed up in this scan right there, in the halt scan. Okay, we have two trading rooms. You're in the YouTube room, which is fine. The other trading room is a little more active. So one of the people in the main trading room mentioned it, so I pulled it up. It wouldn't make a lot of my scans because the relative volume was too low. That doesn't mean it's a terrible trade or anything like that. But for a lot of my scans, the relative volume has to be around the 6 level. This doesn't look good. I mean, this may change, of course, but here's the halt for OLMA at 25.37. It's stacking up right now. I mean, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Now it's starting to move higher, but it's not certainly above right now. It's not. Well, now it is. Okay, now you see how it can really change. This is maybe a glimpse to see where it may open. This can change. And again, this is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. But if you're in this one, and you're halted at 25.37, you'd love to be able to see something that's, at least above the halt price here. This is giving you a bit of an idea of where it may open. If it's a 5-minute halt, I will stick around, okay? It'll open, if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open about 58 seconds after 3 o'clock, so I will stay around just to see how it opens. And there it goes. There it just opened. And see, not good. It was halted at 25.30. Now, this, if it takes this out, there's the halt price. I mean, I'm not telling anybody how to trade this, but you know, if it took out that halt price again and just started to rip, well, there you go. Okay, guys, I'm going to shut down now. I do have to take off. I do have an appointment, so I do have to take off. So thanks a lot for all of the help today. A little bit of a, not a lot of trades that I did today. And just getting my script together. Okay, so I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.